Hello and welcome to the Python and Django Full Stack Web Developer Bootcamp. In this course, you can get a certificate of completion to post on your LinkedIn profile to show off to potential employers. And welcome to the course overview lecture. As a quick note, I have a favor to ask of you. Please watch this entire video lecture, regardless if you've already taken multiple courses on Udemy or even multiple courses by me, or if you're brand new to Udemy or brand new to online learning in general, please watch this entire lecture video. It will really help your course experience be a lot smoother. Thank you. Okay, continuing on, we're going to talk about three main things in this lecture. We'll talk about general course information, how to get the course notes and files, and then how to get help during the course. First off, a huge thank you for enrolling. It really means the world to me to get messages from students every day telling them I helped them in their careers, helped them solve a problem at work, or that they just really enjoyed the course. So thank you again for enrolling. I'm really going to try my best to make sure you have a good experience. First off, let's discuss some general tips for getting the best experience with this course. You probably noticed that I speak at a pretty steady and deliberate pace, so feel free to speed up the videos. You can check for a speed icon on the bottom tab. In fact, you can speed up this video right now. I would personally probably be watching these videos at about 1.5 or 2x speed, but that's my style. If English is not your first language, you can probably also slow down the videos. So do whatever speed feels right to you. If a video ever appears blurry, make sure to check that you're viewing the video in high definition. If you want to download the videos for offline viewing, you can do that with the Udemy app. Any technical platform issues you may encounter, please contact support@udemy.com. Technical platform issues can be things like having trouble posting to the Q&A forums, having trouble logging into your account, or having trouble viewing the actual videos. Those are technical platform issues. I can't help you too much there, so please contact support@udemy.com if you experience those type of problems. Again, the course is self-paced and you get lifetime access to the materials, and that includes any updates. Also, upon completion of the course, you can unlock a certificate for your LinkedIn profile, and you can check out the FAQ lecture, which is the very next lecture, for more information on how to unlock that certificate. Now let's talk about how to get the course materials. You can download all the files as a .zip from this lecture, the FAQ lecture, or the installation lecture. That's this lecture, the next lecture, and the lecture after that. It's the same .zip file, so any one of those lectures is fine. It's saved as a resource, so you should see a little blue resource tab open up while you're watching the actual video. Just click on that and then download the .zip file. Future additions to this course will get their own .zip file in the relevant section, and I will also re-upload an updated .zip to these three lectures. So what I mean by that is if later on in the future I add a new clone to this course, maybe we make a clone of facebook.com, then I will create two zip files. I will re-upload an updated version of the whole zip file, but I will also make a separate zip file just for that section. That way you don't have to re-download all the notes every time new material is added to this course. Also, as a quick note, sometimes a built-in unzipping program on your computer may not work for unzipping a file. Please try another program before posting to the Q&A forums if you're having trouble unzipping files. Thanks. All right, now let's talk about how to approach the course. This course is divided into sections that lead into each other. Each section can be visited independent of the others, but they also assume knowledge of all the concepts covered in previous lectures. As a very high-level overview general curriculum of what this course has, we first talk about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then we continue talking about the document object model and jQuery, and that's really the front end half of the course. Then the second half of the course discusses the Python programming language, how to work with Django and SQL, and then after that we have website clone projects. Also, keep in mind that we do not assume any previous knowledge, so you can take this course even if you have zero programming experience. We won't ever assume that you've encountered any other technology before. However, that means if you already have experience, you may want to read through the code notes first, otherwise you may be viewing video lectures that just go over things you already know. Again, this is trying to be a careful balance for people who have never programmed before and experienced programmers. So beginners should follow through the course in order. More experienced developers should probably visit the curriculum page and decide what the best starting point is for them. And be honest with yourself. If you start to have trouble with a certain section, you may want to go back a section and review that material. Okay, now let's talk about how to get help during the course. Okay, so let's discuss the steps you should take whenever you need help during the course. The first thing you should do, especially if you run into a programming error, is use Google and Stack Overflow as tools to help you solve that issue. A big part of being a developer is learning how to answer your own questions by using Google and using Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is just a website where you can post questions and other programmers will help you out. But a lot of times, almost 90% of the time, your question has been asked by someone else and you'll already find an answer through Google and Stack Overflow. If you still can't find it there, you may want to check out the FAQ lecture, where I will be posting commonly asked questions that pertain to the course. If you still can't find it there, and your question's more specific to something in the course, search the Q&A forums for previous posts. It's likely that someone's already asked a similar question to yours. While you're viewing a lecture, you can also look at the bottom tab and you should see a Q&A button. You can click that and that will take you to Q&A posts that actually pertain to the specific lecture that you are watching. If you still can't find the help, not to worry. Post a new question on the Q&A forums. Please include what you've tried, your code, and as much information as possible. That way, the students and I can quickly help you out. Here are some useful ways you can share your code online with us. You can use codepen.io, codepen.co, a gist on GitHub, or even just a plain screenshot, or you can actually copy and paste with formatting your code onto the Udemy Q&A forums. Choose whatever you prefer. As far as some general information for the question and answer forums for this course, you can usually expect a reply within 24 hours. And other students reply often, so often a reply comes a lot faster than 24 hours. But I check the Q&A forums at least once a day, usually more than that. You may also just get a quick link reply. So if I see a question very similar to yours answered on Stack Overflow, I may just reply with the link. If you're still confused by that or I haven't given you enough information, feel free to just continue the thread asking follow-up questions. I'm always happy to help you out. Also, remember to say thank you, especially if another student has helped you out and replied to your question. It really helps build a great community of students answering each other's questions. Also, it's a great idea for you to go to the Q&A forums and see if you can help out other students in the course. It's a really great skill to have, and it really helps your own understanding to answer other people's questions. As a final note, there are many ways to program, and that includes the choice of your development environment, the styling of the code, your programming choices, etc. I don't want you to ever feel locked into the choices we make in this course. Feel free to explore other options, and also feel free to share them as well. If you prefer another IDE, you prefer another library, you have different programming styling from your experience, that's totally okay. Don't ever feel that you have to do exactly what we do in this course. And again, just a huge thank you for enrolling in this course. I'm so happy you have enrolled, and I get to help you on your journey of becoming a web developer. I'll see you inside the course. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Setup and Installation lecture. Before we get started, I wanted to note that there are many options for choosing your development environment and your browser. In this course, we're going to be using the Atom text editor and Google Chrome. If you're very experienced with another IDE that's an integrated development environment, feel free to go ahead and use it. Maybe you already have a lot of experience with the Sublime text editor or with PyCharm. That's totally okay. Feel free to use whatever feels comfortable for you if you already have a lot of experience with a certain IDE. Although I still highly recommend you try out Atom. I've learned to really enjoy it, and it works really well with all the material in this course. As far as the browser choice goes, we do ask that you please use Chrome. It is by far the most popular choice for web developers, and I also want to make sure that the sites that I run in this course will also run on your computer. Again, in this lecture, we're going to show you where you can install Atom Text Editor from and give you a quick tour of it. Let's get started. Go to Google in your browser. Okay, so in your browser, if you don't have Google Chrome yet, what you should do is go to google.com/Chrome, or just Google search for the term Google Chrome, and eventually you'll find this page right here, which is google.com/Chrome. There may be a bunch of information about their Chromebooks, which are their physical products. What we really want is just Google Chrome itself. So you can click here on download, click for personal computers, and then click on the download link for the web browser. Okay, so that's how you can get Google Chrome. It's just a web browser. I'm sure many of you are, or most of you are already familiar with it. Then, to actually get the text editor for this course, go to atom.io. That's atom.io. And this is the Atom text editor that we're using for the course. And the reason we use Atom text editor is because it can support cross-platforms. That's OS X, Windows, Linux. It has a built-in package manager, so you can search for and install new packages. You can even create your own packages and plugins all from within Atom. It has smart auto-completion that we'll be using a lot during the course. File system browser, multiple panes, find and replace features, has a lot of stuff that we're going to be using often throughout the course. Now, other text editors also have these exact same features, so Atom is not unique in these aspects, but it works really well for what we're going to be doing for the course. The main reason I really like Atom, though, is if you scroll all the way down, there's two really interesting things about it. The first thing that I really like is that it's totally open source, so it's totally free, it's open source, and if you really wanted to make a change to the Atom text editor, you can make a contribution and help improve Atom text editor. And then the second thing, which is kind of more of a curiosity / really interesting aspect of it, is that Atom itself is actually built with a lot of the front-end technologies that we learned in this course. It runs with HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and a JavaScript library called Node.js. And then it runs all that on a framework called Electron, which allows you to use web technologies to actually build desktop applications. So that's just a little side fact. We won't be dealing with Electron at all in this course, but maybe after you're done taking this course, you're interested in developing desktop applications. Well, you'll be able to use a lot of the skills in this course to build something like Atom. So that's just a quick side note. To actually install Atom, it's quite simple. Just click here on the installation button. If you're on Windows, this will download an executable file. You just double click it, run through the installation process. If you're on Mac OS, this will be something like a DMG file. Again, you double click it, run through the installation process. And then if you're on Ubuntu, I believe it's a .tar file that you can just then unpack. Okay, so let me hop over to the Atom text editor and show you what it looks like. Okay, so once you've opened Atom for the first time, you should see a welcome guide. And this is just a really useful guide for you. It has a bunch of information about the various features of Atom, such as how to open a project, install a package, choose a theme. If you don't like the default color theme, you can just click here on choose a theme, and then open the theme picker, and then check the other themes out. You can even customize the styling, and you can do anything with CSS that we learn later on in this course, so that's pretty cool as well. And then you can actually add snippets, learn keyboard shortcuts. I would recommend you check out these keyboard shortcuts. I'll be telling you the most useful ones as we continue throughout the course. But the main thing I want to show you is how to open a project. So if you click on open a project, it'll open a file opener. So you just click open a project here, and then you can select any folder you want. So hopefully by now you've downloaded the files that go with this course, and then you can just add that, select that folder, and add it to the actual file path. So let me show you what that looks like. I'll just select this folder right here. And here I can see I've selected a folder, Django Lectures, has some files in it. If you want to open a file, you just click on it, and then it opens up the file itself. And here you can see I have some HTML code. And that's basically what we're going to be doing throughout the rest of the course. We're just going to be running through your project folders and then adding files here. And if you ever want to collapse this directory, all you have to do is do Command or Control \, and then you can open and close that. All right, so that's the very basics of Atom. That's really all you need to know. Throughout the rest of the course, we're going to be showing you more and more features of Atom and then playing around with it a lot more. Okay, thanks everyone, and I will see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back to How the Web Works. In this lecture, we're actually going to be discussing the following ideas. We'll talk about how the web works, what is actually happening when you input a URL into your browser, and how it connects and retrieves a website. Then we'll also talk about what we mean when we say full stack and full stack web development. We'll get a brief overview of the course technologies that we teach here, and also why we chose Django for the course. Let's get started. So before we can begin to learn about all the technologies in this course, we need to understand how the web works and what actually constitutes the full stack. So what actually happens when you're at home and you open up your browser and visit a website? Let's break down the basic steps. You start off by typing your URL into your browser. So you're at home, you open up your browser, and you type in whatever website you want, facebook.com, google.com, etc. Then your computer sends this request as a packet, which includes the IP address of the website you want. And the IP address allows servers later on to actually identify what website you're looking for. And it sends this request through wires, or a satellite which eventually links to wires using your internet service provider. So if you're at home, your request is eventually sent through either copper wires or optic fiber wires to the server that we're about to reach, or if you're on your cell phone, it links to a satellite, which links back down to Earth, which then ends up going to some sort of physical wire. And at a very, very basic level, the internet is basically just wires connecting computers with some sort of protocol. So your ISP will then reroute the request to the appropriate server location, using the IP address as the guide. And then once your request reaches the server, it can send back the website you were asking for. However, a full website with content is too big to send back as a single packet of data. And the way we solve this is the server sends back the website split up into many, many packets. And the packets come with instructions on how to get back to you and reassemble themselves once they reach you. And the packets don't actually care how they get to you, just the final location. So all these packets may take different paths to actually get to your computer, or back to your cell phone, or whatever browser you're using. What they really care about is the fastest way to get back to your destination at your home IP address. And then once the packets reach you, they're reassembled to show whatever page you were looking for. All of this moves at close to the speed of light, so it happens very fast. Okay, that was a really high-level explanation, but for our purposes, it's really all we need to know for now. Let's continue on by discussing what we mean by the term full stack. There are two main components of a website. There's the front end of a website and the back end of a website. The front end of a website is what you see as a user on the website. And then the back end is the technology used to actually decide what to show you on the front end. For instance, let's say you're looking at facebook.com. So what you see, the colors, the actual content there, that's all the front end stuff. The back end is what decides if you're a user coming in, what pictures or content or comments to retrieve from the database and then show it to you on the front end. So let's talk a little bit more about that front end. The front end really revolves around three key technologies: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You will hear about front-end technologies such as jQuery and Bootstrap, which we also cover in this course, but those are actually all things built using those previous three: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Those are really the three core front-end technologies that basically every modern website uses today. HTML is hypertext markup language, and every website will have HTML. It's the structure of the page, and you can actually view it by right-clicking on selecting View Page Source if you're using the Chrome browser on any website. So you can open up your browser on this page, right-click, select View Page Source, and you will actually see the HTML for whatever website you're looking at. Then there's CSS, which is cascading style sheets, and CSS is the actual styling of the website. Colors, fonts, borders, etc. It's all defined by CSS. And CSS is not mandatory, but almost all sites have it in order to make the website look good. And then finally, JavaScript allows you to add interactivity to the website, including programming logic. Any site with interactivity uses JavaScript in some way. Otherwise, if the site doesn't actually do anything, it just displays information, the site is known as a static website. Okay, so the first half of this course is going to focus on the front end. And the front end, in some way, is always going to use those three technologies. However, it's the back end where a multitude of options come up. So the back end of a site has three components: the language you choose for the back end, the framework you choose for that language, and then the database you want to connect to. Technologies such as PHP, Node.js, Ruby on Rails, Java, Python, etc. are all viable options for a website. So how do we actually decide which option to choose? Well, our course backend uses the Python as the language, Django as the framework for Python, and then SQLite as the database. Python is a great language to learn. It's simple, powerful, and already has many libraries for it. So what does that actually mean? Well, it's simple because the actual syntax of programming through Python is based on code readability and clarity, meaning you're going to save yourself a lot of time programming because of how easy Python is to learn and type with. And then it's powerful and scalable. And it also has many libraries already attached to it. So if you're interested in applications such as machine learning for your website, data visualization for your website, or even things such as gaming for your website, Python already has many libraries you can use to implement those ideas into your project. And Django is the most powerful and popular framework for Python. It's fast, secure, and scalable, and it's used by many actual websites such as Pinterest, Instagram, Bitbucket. They all run on Django. And then SQLite comes with Django and Python, making it a very easy choice to use as our database. And as we continue along with the course, we're going to be discussing each of these topics in much more detail. But for now, you should have a high-level view of what we use in this course to turn you into a full-stack web developer with Django. Full stack meaning we combine the front-end technologies with the back-end technologies so you can create a website all the way through from scratch. Okay, now that we have the high-level overview, let's go ahead and get started with the rest of the course. Hello everyone, and welcome to the HTML Level 1 section of the course. It's time to start learning about HTML. This section of the course is going to start off just by covering the very basics of HTML. And HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It's one of the most basic building blocks of the web, and every website will need it in some form or another. It's our first fundamental step in understanding how to actually build a web application. Later on in future sections of the course, we're going to be learning about other technologies such as CSS to style the HTML and JavaScript to add functionality. Then in future sections, such as the Python and Django sections of the course, we're going to learn how to add Django template tags, connect it with Python and HTML to dynamically generate content based off a user's interaction with the website. However, all of that is still quite a bit away, and we need to start off with the very basic fundamentals of HTML, and that's level 1. In level 1, we're going to be discussing the following topics: HTML basics, tagging with HTML, how to create lists in HTML, what divs and spans are, and then attributes in HTML. Okay, one quick final note. Remember, as you code along with the course, you can always reference the corresponding lecture notes to check your code. Let's get started. I'll see you in the next lecture where we cover HTML basics. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Part 1 HTML Basics lecture. Let's start off by exploring the very basics of what an HTML file looks like and how we can open it in a browser. Plus, we'll learn about some Atom text editor convenience features to quickly create HTML files. I'm going to jump to the Atom text editor now. Alright, here I am at the Atom text editor. As a quick note, you can either just code along and create new files in the project folders that are provided for you as a download to the course, or you can add your new project folders or new files as you go along. It's really up to you. You can always just right-click and click a new file, new folder, or just add a whole new project folder so you can see a new folder over here. It's really up to you. I've already created a project folder. I've called it HTML_level_1. And another quick note, try to avoid using just spaces in your folder names and in your file names. You should always try to replace them with something like an underscore to make sure that you can read the whole file path with your computer. Sometimes spaces will mess a computer up in reading the actual file path. So just a quick note on that. Okay, let's start off by creating a new file, and we will call it basics.html. And we can do uppercase or lowercase here. I'll just keep it simple with lowercase because that's usually what they look like. All right, so here's basics.html. And one thing I want to show you is I can begin to type HTML, and you'll notice that Atom Text Editor has this little pop-up that says HTML. If I hit enter when I see that pop-up, I will get the basically boilerplate code, as it's called, or the skeleton code of an HTML file. Now let's walk through this and explain what's actually going on. In this very first line, we see something that says doctype HTML. And that's something you're going to find in pretty much all HTML files, and that basically just tells the browser, hey, you're looking at an HTML file. And then we have the HTML tags. You'll notice we have an opening tag here at the line number 2, and a closing tag over at line number 10. And the difference between an opening and a closing tag is it just lets you know when it starts and when it stops. And the closing, we'll notice, has a little / in it. And what's nice about Atom Text Editor is you'll see these little arrows pop up, which just allow you to collapse or open things between their opening and closing tags. So that's just for organization. Then we have two major sections, the head of the HTML file and the body of the HTML file. Let's start off by just explaining what the head is. The head of the HTML, which is this first section, is going to contain the metadata. And for this first section of the course, the HTML level 1, we won't be doing a whole lot with the actual head of the HTML. That will come into play a lot more when we actually use CSS and JavaScript. But it's going to mainly serve as how to link your HTML document to other types of files, such as your CSS file or your .js JavaScript file. But another tag that we notice that's an HTML head is this title tag. And that's basically what's going to show up as the title when you open this up in a browser. And the title is just what's shown in the tab. So I'm going to type in between this title tag, something like this is the title, ! And notice I don't need any quotes here. It's just pure text in between these tags, and HTML will recognize it. And then this other meta data is just telling you what character set you would expect. And that's UTF-8 encoding. Don't worry about that too much right now. Then finally we have the body, and the body is going to contain the actual content. We're going to be discussing actual content such as paragraphs and lists, etc. throughout this section of the course. Right now we'll leave the body blank. The last thing I want to show you before we actually view this HTML file in our browser is how to comment code. So in HTML, comments look like this. You do a opening tag, ! --, and that says that's the start of the comment, and then the end of the comment is --, that other closing sign. And then anything here is a comment. The other quick way to do this is if you have some text or a line of code, you can just do Control or Command, depending on your OS, / and Atom and Sublime Text Editor will actually just auto comment everything there. Or if you wanted to, you could actually highlight many lines and then do Control / to comment or Control / to uncomment. All right, so anything in between those two types of tags is a comment, and it's just Control or Command / to quickly make a line or multiple lines in actual comment. I'm going to do Control S here to save this, and let's open this up in our browser. So the way we open this up in our browser is by just passing in the entire file path into the browser. For now, we're going to be just running things locally, so that's how it will work. I'm going to right-click on my HTML file and then say copy full path. So I will copy the full path to that, and then let me bring in a browser window. And here's a browser window, and what I can do is right where my URL browser usually goes, I'm going to just copy and paste that file path. So this is just the whole file path to that actual HTML file. I hit enter, and I notice something that's just basically a blank page. And that makes sense. We haven't provided any content or HTML content in the body of our HTML file. But what we do notice is this. Our little "this is the title" in the title actually showed up. Perfect. So that's really all there is for the very basics of an HTML file. What an HTML file mostly will be, as we work with it, are the actual body tags. So let's go ahead and continue on by editing this file with body tags in part 2 in the next lecture. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you there. Hello everyone and welcome back to part 2, the basic tagging lecture. In this lecture, we're going to go over some basic heading and paragraph tags. And tags are basically a way to allow you to insert elements into an HTML file. And we're also going to be showing you a few resources to use as a reference as you continue learning about HTML. Let's go ahead and get started by opening our Atom text editor and a browser. I'll see you there. Alright, here I have a split screen between the Atom text editor and my browser, and this is actually a view we're going to be using a lot in the course because we'd like to see changes and not have to jump back and forth between the browser and the text editor. So a lot of times you'll see me just have a split screen like this, so I can just refresh the page in the browser when I'm actually doing edits in the Atom text editor. But before we get started on continuing working with this basics.html file from the last lecture, what I want to discuss are two resources online that you're going to be running into a lot as you do some Google searches for terms in case you ever need to reference some sort of resource. And those two resources are something called w3schools.com, and the other one is the developer.mozilla.org website. And here I've just searched for HTML element tags on Google. You'll notice that the very first hit is this w3schools.com. And usually when you ask Google for some basic question on HTML or CSS, a lot of times the very first link that pops up is a w3schools.com. And w3schools.com is basically just a very large reference site for front-end web development like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And you'll notice that as you go through the website, it'll basically just give you a bunch of resources and references for a lot of the stuff we're going to be talking about in this course. So if you ever Google stuff and you find yourself on this website, feel free to check it out. Now, it's an okay website. Mainly the main reason you see it as the top hit is just because it's been around so long. But I would actually suggest that when you're Google searching and you come up with a reference to this developer.mozilla.org site, you actually choose this site instead. It's a little better, it has more detail, and it's really geared towards developers. So if you click on this developer.mozilla.org link, it has an HTML element reference, and this is basically a reference to all the HTML elements. And HTML elements are just going to allow us to actually insert material into our HTML text file. And you see here that it's a little more technical and it's a little more geared towards developers, while the w3schools.com website is geared more towards basic beginners. And as you advance through this course, you're probably going to find this developer.mozilla.org site more useful to you. So I just want to let you know that these are two resources you're going to be coming through in contact with a lot as you do some Google searching on your own. Okay, now that we've covered that, let's jump back to this browser tab where I have the basics.html file that we've been working with last time opened up here. And I'm going to go ahead and open it up here. And to get a little more room on my screen, I'm actually going to close or collapse this left tab here. And I can do that just by doing either Control / or Command / on your keyboard. And that just opens and collapses that little side tab. So a really useful shortcut for the Atom text editor. Now the first tag we're going to be learning about are the header tags, or a heading tag. And let's show you how to do that. To start off, we'll do a heading 1 tag, or a header 1 tag. And basically we just have h1 open and then h1 closed. And then anything in between this, any text, is going to be a header. So this is a, we'll call them heading 1. And then I'm going to save this, so just either Control or Command S, make sure that's saved, and I'm going to refresh this, and we see now on our web page we see this is a heading 1. And basically a heading produces a larger font that is bold. And we're going to learn a lot more about how to actually dictate text styles such as font size, whether something is bold or italic, later on in the course. We'll cover a little bit about bold and italics in this lecture, but later on we'll actually talk about more styling for this actual font. For now, we can just explore the very basics of HTML and what your browser does by default. If heading 1 is too big for you, well, you can actually have heading 2. And you'll notice that Atom Text Editor actually provides us with these autocomplete options. So you can just go down here on your keyboard and then hit enter on one of these. And you'll notice we automatically get the opening and closing tag. So you'll find yourself using that a lot as you continue on through this course. And we'll type something like, this is a heading 2, save that, and then refresh our page here. and we see we get a same heading, so it's in bold, but it's a little smaller. And there's actually a heading 3, so we can do that as well. We'll call this heading 3, save this, refresh, and we notice we get an even smaller heading, etc. And this actually goes all the way down to heading 6, which is going to be the smallest heading possible. So you'll notice that it's actually still in bold, but it's very small. If you just want essentially what is a normal text size, you can use what is known as a paragraph. And that's just a P. So I'm going to write this is a paragraph. 1G, save this, and then refresh. And you'll notice that we get this is a paragraph, which is just here in normal text. It's not in bold, and we're ready to go there. But something to note is that each of these lines with the new tags is basically in its own block. And headings are their own block, as well as paragraph. So paragraph tags can actually create separation. And let me show you what I mean by that. If I, over here in my HTML file, try to write on multiple lines, so I say this is a paragraph, this is line 2, then this is line 3. If I save this and then refresh this, notice that I don't actually get that effect that I was looking for in my HTML file when it gets displayed in my browser. It all goes into one continuous line. If I actually want separate blocks, I need to separate them into actual different tags, which means I would need to have each of these separate lines in its own paragraph tag. So I would have to have this be, this is line 2, and then this one be line 3. So this is line 3 right here, and paste it in, and then grab this closing tag and let's stick it back to the original right there. Now let's save this, and if we refresh this, we can see that now they're all in their separate blocks. And something to note here is that your HTML file doesn't really care about indentation. What it really cares about are just these tags. That's what's really going to define how lines are built and how blocks are separated. So I can actually put multiple paragraph tags on the same line here. So we'll do this, put them all on line 14, just to show you what I mean. So here I have all those 3 paragraph tags on the same line. They're all on line 14. If I save this again and refresh, I get the exact same effect. So it's really the tags that are telling HTML what is in the same block, not the actual line number or the indentation. In other programming languages, you'll use brackets, or in Python, you a lot of times use indentation to clarify which blocks goes where. In HTML, it's basically all done by tags. And you notice I can keep writing on separate lines here. So whoops, let's delete that. Say something like, this is continued. I'm still writing in line 2. Save this, and if I refresh this, you notice that since that's all contained in this second paragraph tag, it all goes here. All right. So that's the very basics of what a heading tag is and what a paragraph tag is. Things to note there is that headings can go from 1 to 6, so H1 to H6, and what makes them a little different is their size and the fact that they're in bold. And then we have, for normal text, paragraph tags. And something that'll be really useful is a lot of times you need filler text, and what Atom Text Editor and Sublime Text Editor have for you is the lorem ipsum statement, which is basically just a bunch of filler Latin text. And if you start typing lorem, notice you get this little pop-up here. Go ahead and just select that and hit enter, and you'll get a bunch of code, or text here I should say, and it's basically just a bunch of filler text that's really common to use in web development in case you just need some filler text. So if I save this and refresh this page, notice now I get, whoops, it tells me if I want to translate it, no, because it's in Latin, but you just get a bunch of filler text here in Latin. So this is really common to use as you need filler code for your web development. And you can do it just by typing in lorem and then hitting enter in either Sublime Text Editor or an Atom Text Editor. It works in both. All right, saving that there, let's refresh this, and I remove that. The last thing I want to cover is bold and italics. Now, there was actually an old way of showing bold and italics in HTML, and there's a newer syntax for it. Let me show you the old way first, and then I'll show you the new way. So let me delete these paragraphs and just type in something very simple. We'll say this is text that is in bold, and then below it we'll say this is text that is in italics. Whoops, italics. Okay, so if I actually want to make this bold, the old way would be to do it with a B call. So what I would end up doing is wrapping this whole thing, or whatever I want it to be bold, in B. So it would look like this. So we call our closing tag B here. And if you just type in B, Atom Text Editor will also give you the autocomplete for the bold. I'm going to save this and then refresh. And notice here that it says now this is text that is in bold. So this is the old way of doing bold text. And the old way of doing italic text is with an I call, or an I tag. So we'll notice here we see I for italic, which means if I wrap this whole thing in open and close I tags and save this and refresh, I get now that this text is in italics here. So we can see that this is text that is in bold and this is text that is in italics. That was the old way of doing things. There's a newer semantic way because B and I aren't very clear on exactly what they're doing since they're just two letters. And you always want to be really clear when you're coding, especially if you're going to come look at this code in the future. So the newer semantic way of doing stuff is if you want text to be bold, the new keyword for that is a strong tag. So this works in basically exactly the same way as the bold tag, except now it just says strong. So that might be a little clearer when you come back to your code that you know that it's going to be in bold. And we see here there's no change as I refresh because that's just a new syntax. And now for italics, the new syntax is EM for emphasis or emphasized. So if you want to add emphasis to text, you would italicize it, or with the new tagging syntax, it's EM for emphasis. So save this, refresh, and we see here there's no change because that still works exactly the same way. So again, the old way is with the B and I tags. The newer way, which is the way I would suggest doing it as you go throughout this course, is the strong tag and the EM for emphasis tag. All right, that's really all there is to this lecture. Hopefully you found it pretty straightforward. Again, you may want to play around with different headers, adding more paragraphs, etc. But everything should have been straightforward right now. All we've covered is just a few basic tags such as heading tags, paragraph tags, and bold and italics. Okay, thanks everyone, and I will see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 3 of HTML Level 1, where we discuss how to create a list in HTML. A lot of times you want to get your information on your HTML page organized, and one way to do this is with a list. And HTML has two main types of lists. That's an ordered list and an unordered list. And we can actually then add list elements to each of these types. Let's get started by jumping to the Atom Text Editor in our browser. Alright, here I am with my Atom Text Editor open, and I have right now just the simple basics.html document we've been working with, and I've deleted everything but left one heading 1 that says lists on it. Let me first show you how to create an ordered list. Now an ordered list is numbered, so you can see number 1, the first item, number 2, the second item, etc. So to start off with an ordered list, you just type OL, and then you can click enter here, and Atom Text Editor will automatically create the opening tag and closing tag for you. And then inside of this ordered list, you're going to have list elements. If I save this and then refresh my page, you notice nothing's actually changed. So I do have an ordered list there, but with no elements in it. To create a list item or a list element, it's just LI to be your tag, and then whatever you want in there. So in this case, we'll just say first item. Going to save that and refresh this, and I see now I have my one first item. And let me zoom in here a little bit. I'm just going to do Control+ to zoom in on this HTML so we can see it a little better here. So here's my first item, and as I continue to add list elements into this ordered list, such as my second item, save this and refresh the page, you can see here that they are numbered. And this will continue on as long as I just keep adding items into this actual list. So third item there, refresh, and here we can see the numbering. Now later on with CSS, you can actually change the numbers if you want to use something like Roman numerals, etc. but this is the very basic default of an HTML ordered list. Now, a lot of times you actually don't want to number things, you just want some sort of bullet point. And if you want that, then what you're looking for is an unordered list. And to create an unordered list, you use the tag UL for unordered list. So UL, I'll hit enter there. It creates the opening and closing tags for me. And now as I add list items, we'll say bullet 1 here, add another item here, we'll say second item, and you can really add whatever text you want here. We'll do li enter here, and then we'll say third item. I'm going to save this and refresh, and now you see I have an unordered list where there is no number, but everything is just a bullet point. And that's the main difference between an ordered list, OL, and an unordered list, UL. And the last thing I want to cover quickly here is a nested list. So you can actually nest lists inside of each other. And you can nest an ordered list inside of an unordered list or vice versa. Let me show you an example of this. And I'll show you kind of an extreme example of nesting lists. So you usually won't see that many lists nested into each other, but I just want to show you this so you can get an idea of what's possible. So here's an ordered list, and I'm going to have two items in it first. Item 1, and then item 2. And I'm just using the autocomplete there with enter to make that a little quicker. So here's item 1, here's item 2, and they're numbered because they're inside an ordered list. And now I'm going to put an unordered list. Inside of these ordered list tags, I put in that unordered list, which means if I add some new list elements, they'll be inside. So I'm just going to say something like I'm nested inside for that list item. And here I'll make another list item that says also nested, exclamation mark. We'll save that, refresh this, and we can see here that with that nesting, we also get an extra indentation. So HTML can show that this is nested inside of this list. So if we wanted to, we could say item 1, item 2, and then we could say these are like sub-items of item 2 that is an unordered list. And we can actually keep going with this. So if you wanted something further nested in, we could put an ordered list in there and then say something like, whoa, I'm really nested, exclamation mark. And let's emphasize this by putting some of this in bold. So remember that we have the strong tag to put something in bold, and I'm going to put whoa in there. There we go. Now let's save that, refresh this, and we can see here item 1, item 2, we have this nested unordered list, and then whoa, I'm really nested there. So that's just a very quick example of nesting lists. We're not going to do it too often in the course, but I just want you to be aware of the ability to do that. All right, so that's really all there is for lists themselves. It's a pretty basic topic. Remember, you essentially have this OL for ordered list and UL for unordered list. And then inside of either of these, every item in that list is going to have an LI tag for a list element. Okay, thanks everyone, and I will see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 4, divs and spans. So in this lecture, we're going to be showing you some examples of how to use a div and a span tag. However, keep in mind that we actually won't really be able to utilize them until we learn about CSS. Basically, we're going to be using div and span tags to actually group together blocks of HTML. And the reason we want to group them together, usually, is to apply CSS to them. So keep that in mind as we learn about them. In this lecture, they probably won't seem to take any effect into account, but later on we will see how they are useful when adding in style of CSS. Let's jump to the Atom text editor just to show you how they work. Okay, so here I am at the Atom text editor, and I also have my browser open. I'm a little zoomed in here so we can see the text clearly. Right now I just have a heading 1 here. Let me go ahead and show you what it would look like if we were to use a div tag. And div basically stands for a division. And it allows you to tag together groups of elements into basically generic containers. So for instance, let's say I have another heading 1, and this is something that says, we'll call it group 1, and then I have a paragraph here that says, I want to be together in group 1. So let me save that, refresh this, and we see we have divs and spans, group 1, and then the paragraph says, I want to be together in group 1. Later on, when we learn about CSS, what we want to do is add styles to particular elements in our HTML. And one way we can do that is by actually saying, okay, apply style number 1, so for instance, the color red, to all heading 1 tags. So that would just go along and say, hey, is this a heading 1 tag? Okay, this font color is now red. Is this a heading 1 tag? Okay, this font color is now red. But sometimes you actually don't want to do it by the actual element type. You want to do it by a specific division or a group of elements that you define. And the way you can do that, as we'll see later on in the CSS section, is by actually calling a div tag. And so the way it would work is you can see here I have div, and if I hit enter, notice that we automatically get this class to pop out here. And that's going to allow us to essentially name this division after a class, and then we can apply styles to that class. And we can put whatever we want in that class. So for instance, I can now put this all here, give this class a name such as something like group 1, save this, and if I refresh this, we won't notice anything different here in the HTML. Later on, when we learn about CSS, we'll learn how to actually add style to a division with a class name instead of just actual element tags. And that's basically what we're going to be using a division for. So right now, this div tag by itself in HTML doesn't mean a whole lot. It's going to mean a lot more when we learn about CSS. So if this was a little unclear to you, especially with that class keyword, don't worry about it too much. It's going to make a lot more sense in the future. I just want to introduce it now because it really is just HTML. It's not CSS. It's used in combination with CSS. Okay, and then the last thing I want to mention here is the span tag. And basically the span tag is almost the exact same thing as a division, except it's inline instead of grabbing an entire container. So let's say we have this class, or this division of group 1. If I wanted to make essentially a little inline container to only apply effects to an inline section, so only apply effects, for instance, to these 3 letters, or 3 words here, be together and in, what I could do is wrap them in a span tag, and then put whatever I want there to be in that span. And again, I'm going to save this and refresh this here. We don't notice any difference because we haven't actually applied any style to it. But just keep these 2 keywords in mind for tagging when we later learn about CSS. Okay, so again, not a whole lot to actually show here. Basics of this lecture is just to be aware of that there's a div tag and a span tag. If their usefulness doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you right now, don't worry about it. It will make a lot more sense when we actually read or reach the CSS section of the course. Okay, thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to Part 5, Attributes. In this lecture, we'll be talking about HTML attributes, which allow us to actually add more information to an HTML tag. And this includes things such as adding a link to another web page or referencing an image. Let's get started on all of this by jumping to the Atom text editor and our browser. Okay, here I am back at the Atom text editor, and I'm still using the basics.html file. You can use whatever HTML file you want. You can also use the Part 5 HTML attributes file that comes with the actual course notes. Here I'm just going to be editing basics.html. And we're going to need a few things. One thing we'll need is an actual image file when we talk about setting an image inside of our HTML file. And to do that, what you should do is either find on your computer or download, or just use the PNG provided for you in the notes, a .png file. And make sure you save it in the actual same directory that the HTML file you're working with is in. So you can see here, I have this basics.html file that I'm playing around with, and in the exact same directory, I have this PNG picture here, this image file. So let me now close that and show you how we can actually insert an image into our HTML. And the way we do that is with an image tag, and that's going to be img. So I'm just going to click enter here, and you'll notice you get an automatic pop-up that says src and alt, and that stands for source and alternate. And we're going to explain those in just a little bit. First thing is to notice that this is actually a self-closing tag, meaning everything here goes into this one image tag. You don't see, as we've seen before in the past, this closing tag. It just comes in one self-contained tag. So that's called a self-closing tag. And we can actually use this to source an image. So the thing I'll type here in src for the source of the image is just django.png. And then I'm going to do Control S save and then refresh this page, and you'll notice I actually get this image right here. And later on we'll learn about resizing images or squeezing them or stretching them however we want. Right now we're just using the default image size. So you can see here I said image tag, check out the source, django.png, and then an alternate, which we're about to discuss. Something to note here is that if this file is not in the exact same directory as this HTML file, you may need to put in the entire file path. But we'll discuss that much later on when we're talking about Django, when we actually want to link to a specific folder that has all our images and all our documents in it. Right now we'll keep things simple by keeping the actual image file in the same directory as the HTML file. Let's discuss this ALT or alternate. Basically what this is for is an alternate thing to display in case you can't find the PNG file. So for example, let's say I type in missing.png. Now if you look at my directory here, I only have django.png. I don't have some picture called missing.png, which means I'll actually have a broken link. So if I refresh this, we see that classic broken link picture. And that basically says, hey, I couldn't find this missing.png, which means it's always a good idea to have something alternate here. So we can say something like, uh-oh, image not found. And we pass that in quotes as a string that will pop up. Now, if I save that and refresh my page, it'll say something like, uh-oh, image not found next to this little broken icon here. So that helps us out because later on when we're doing more advanced websites, I can say something like a little more specific. Missing.png not found. So when I'm debugging my website or checking stuff up, I immediately know, oh, missing.png is not found. But you'll notice if I switch this back to django.png, which is there, and I refresh my website, I don't get that alternate image or alternate text anymore. It does show up the django.png image. And that's really all there is to sourcing an image. So you have the source src and the alternate. Let me comment that out and refresh this page. Whoops. Save this, then refresh my page. All right. So we just discussed how to use image tags. The next thing I want to talk about is an A tag, which allows us to actually reference another HTML file or another website. To really show this, however, I will create another HTML file. So I'm going to bring up back my directory and then right-click on whatever folder I'm working on, this project folder. I'll add a new file, and this new file I'm going to call it new page.html. I'll hit enter, and then this new page.html, I'll start typing HTML, hit enter so I get all of that extra stuff, and then here on the body I'm just going to write a header or heading 1 that says this is the new page. Save that. So I have two HTML files, basics.html that we've been working with, and this new page.html that has just a single heading in it. And if I copy this full path and put it in my browser, then I get this is the new page. Great. So what I want to do is try to link this new page.html into my original basics.html page. So let's do that. I'll come back to basics.html, and to do this I'm going to use an A tag, which is just an anchor tag. And this is going to allow me to pass in a reference there, an href. And I will pass in the reference to this actual new page.html file. And I will say new page.html. And notice I don't have to pass in right now the full directory path or the full file path to this HTML file because it's in the same directory as my basics.html. If it was a different situation where this was in another folder somewhere else on my computer, I would have to specify with more detail the full file path. But we'll discuss full file paths and how you should actually create those across different operating systems when we talk about Django. Right now we'll keep things simple and make sure everything's in the same directory. Let me save this. So I have my href in my anchor tag, but notice this isn't self-closing. It has its own closing tab, which means I can put stuff in between here. And this is basically going to be the text that is a clickable link. And that's all an anchor tag does. So I can say, click me. I will save this, refresh, and now I have this attributes and this click me. And I can click on click me, and that takes me to the new page. So again, with this anchor tag, we keep a reference here, have the text that we want to show when we say click me, and then click on that, and this is the new page. So that's really all an anchor tag is. Something to note, you can reference things that are not just local on your computer, and that goes for images as well. So let me show you what I mean by that. We can pass in an actual website. So I'll say something like http www.facebook.com, and make sure you have to put in the full file path of http, otherwise this won't work. And now let's change this from click me to something like Facebook. We'll save that, refresh over here, and now I see Facebook. I click on Facebook, and that actually takes me to the Facebook website. And my browser will actually self-correct this to make sure it's secure. So it goes to https ://www.facebook.com. All right, so that's how you can actually reference websites that are outside of your project folder. You can just pass in the full HTTP or HTTPS file path instead of a local file. And you can actually do this exact same thing for an image tag. So for example, if we see an image here, so I see this image of, let's say, these little triangles. I'm going to open this image in a new tab. Here I have the entire image path. So I'm going to actually just copy this image path, and then instead of Django.png, I'm going to paste in that whole image path. Let's save that and go back to our original website, refresh, and we see here now we have that image. So I'm allowed to basically pass in an outside image, and you can use something like Google Image Search to actually grab a link to an image and then use that as your source instead of having to save stuff locally. Now there'll be times when you definitely want to save stuff locally in case a link ever breaks online. That way you make sure you always have a backup. Or you could just use the source online and then have maybe an alternate link or an alternate text show up. All right, so that's basically it as far as attributes and covering images and anchor tags. We've learned a ton of material to this point, so it's really time that we take a step back, make sure we've truly understood everything, and tackle an assessment exercise. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture where I explain the assessment. Hello everyone, and welcome to the HTML Level 1 assessment. It's time to practice all your new skills. You're going to be viewing an HTML file and recreating it based off of what you see in the browser. The file we're going to be looking at is called html_level_1_assessment.html. Let me show you how you should open this in your browser. That way you don't actually view the HTML file, you just view it in your browser. I'm going to jump to Atom Text Editor and my browser now. Okay, here I am at the Atom Text Editor, and I have my browser open. Notice here that I'm looking at a new page.html. You can be looking at any HTML file that you've created. And what I've done is I've made sure that I have here in this directory the HTML level 1 assessment.html file. And you can find that in the course downloads. It's under the HTML level 1 folder. There's an HTML level 1 assessment.html file there. What you should do in order to do this exercise is don't click on this, but right click and then select copy full path and then paste that path into your browser and then hit enter. And this is what this website looks like. It says, welcome to my website. It says, I'm excited to eventually learn Django. Here's a link to the official Django website. And if we click on that link, it takes us to the actual official Django website, which is www.djangoproject.com. Notice it has HTTPS there. And going back, we see we also have a picture of the Python logo. And then it says, here are 3 reasons Django is cool. 1, it's ridiculously fast, it's reassuringly secure, and it's exceedingly scalable. And then there's a bonus optional extra credit. So what you're going to be doing is in your own HTML file, you're going to try to recreate this. So think of it while you're looking at this HTML website, what kind of tag should this have? And what kind of tag should these 3 lines have? And notice one of them is a link to another website. So think about what kind of attribute or tag that specific link should have. And then you'll notice that we also have this picture of the Python logo. What I want you to do is either download a picture of the Python logo onto your computer and then set the link locally, or what's also good practice is using the image tags we've learned about is to actually set the source to a image file that's hosted online, which is actually what the solutions do. And then you'll notice here we have a list. It's a ordered list, so 1, 2, 3. And then there's finally a bonus or optional extra credit, which is, can you figure out how to make a picture into a link? So this first picture, Python, nothing happens if I click on it. But this last one, Django, notice how it's clickable. So if I click on that picture, it will actually take me to the Django project documentation, just like this top link did. So that's extra credit to figure out how to actually make a picture into a link. We didn't cover that. I'll cover that in the solution, so that's just a bonus. Again, all you're doing is you're copying this file path into your browser, and then in this HTML file, try to manually recreate what's going on here. And I'm going to be walking through this in the next lecture for the solutions. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you there. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Assessment Solutions lecture for the HTML Level 1 section. Let's get right to it by hopping to Atom Text Editor in our browser. Okay, here I have the Atom Text Editor in my browser, and I have two files open. One is the actual exercise file, this HTML Level 1 assessment, and I have this basics.html file open here in another tab. And that's what I'm going to be editing to try to match what the exercise file looks like. So let's take it step by step. The first thing I notice here in the exercise file is that my tab says exercise title. And that's a little hint that we have to actually put in a title here. So let's match that up. We'll say exercise title, save, and then refreshing this, now I see exercise title, and it matches the exercise. And then we can continue on with the rest of the body of the HTML. And here we have welcome to my website, and hopefully you're able to recognize that that's a heading 1. So we'll say welcome to my website there. And then we have a paragraph that says I'm excited to eventually learn Django. So let's add that in. I'm excited to, we'll just say learn Django. And let's add a couple more lines to the body. I'm going to collapse the directory tree so we get a little more room here to see. Great. And then here is a little bit trickier. It says here is the link to the official Django website. And hopefully you remember from the attributes lecture that I can use an anchor tag to actually put in a link. And an anchor tag just looks like an A. Whoops, not a capital A, just a lowercase a. And we need to add our href. So that's going to be a link to the official website. So let me put that in. That's going to be https://www.djangoproject.com. And if you needed a reference for that, all you had to do was click on that link and then mark down the URL. And then I want to add in the actual text. And I can do this on multiple lines instead of just one single long line. It's really up to you. But we'll say here is a link to the official Django website. I'm going to save that and then refresh my basics.html, and so far it's looking pretty good. The reason it's larger right now is because I'm more zoomed in, and that's just for clarity. So I could zoom in here and see more detail. That way it's a little easier for you, the student, to view my screen. So that's all the difference in the actual sizing, but the actual elements themselves are still the same. And then we have another paragraph that says, here's a picture of the Python logo. Let's add that in. And we can tell it's another paragraph because it's starting on a new line or a new block. So we'll say, here is a pic of the Python logo. And then I want to add in a picture here. And remember, to add in a picture or an image, we use an image tag. And that's just going to be img. And here's our image tag. And what we need is a source for this image tag. And what you can do is just use Google Images to find that source. So I will open up a new tab to Google Images and search for Python logo, which looks something like this. And I can select any of these. And I just click on this. I click on View Image, and then just copy and paste this into my source. So let me save that and refresh this. And here's the picture of the Python logo. Looks like everything's matching correctly. Now let's come back here and continue on with the rest of the body. So I have my image set up, and now I have another paragraph that says, here are 3 reasons Django is cool. And notice here we have an ordered list. And remember, for an ordered list, we just type OL, and then each element in the list is an li, or a list element. And I'm just going to paraphrase here. I'll say it's because it's fast, secure, and the last one will be scalable. And I'm saving a lot of time just by using the auto-completion of Atom Text Editor. So let's save that, refresh our basics page, and here we can see the ordered list is now included. And then finally, the bonus optional extra credit was, can you figure out how to make a picture a link? And basically what we have to do is combine an anchor tag with an image tag. So usually with the anchor tags, we had an href to the actual website link, and then we had some text. What we're going to do is, instead of text here, put in an image tag. And hopefully you're able to figure it out. If you weren't able to, it's not a big deal. You will learn now. I'll put in the anchor tag, and the href I want is again to the actual Django project website. So I can just copy and paste this from that first link. There we go. And then inside of this anchor tag, instead of text, I want to put in an actual image tag. So I will say img, there's my image, and the source is going to be this Django. So I'll just come back to Google Images and search here for Django logo. And here's a Django logo. It doesn't really matter which one you use. Click on either one of them, click View Image, and then copy this and paste it in as the source. Save this. Let's reload our basics.html. And here I have a very large image, but that's okay. Later on, we'll learn how to resize images. But if I click on that image, the important part is it takes me to https://www.djangoproject.com. And that's basically all you had to do. Hopefully, you felt comfortable enough that you could recognize what type of elements were in a website and duplicate them in your own HTML file. That's really the point of this exercise, being able to look at a website, a very basic website, and say, oh, I know what I can do in HTML to reproduce that. All right, that's it for HTML level 1. It should have been pretty straightforward and pretty basic as far as everything we've covered. Coming up next in the sections is HTML level 2, where we're going to learn even more about HTML so we can know enough to lead into CSS, which will allow us to then style the HTML. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next section of the course. Hello everyone, and welcome to HTML level 2. We finally reached the level 2 of HTML section of the course, and this section of the course is really going to focus on two topics, tables and forms. And overall it's going to consist of a lecture on tables, then a tables quiz, basically allowing you to practice tables with HTML. Then we'll talk about how to use forms with HTML, and then we'll finally have an assessment test at the end where you get to practice using forms with HTML. Once we finish this section of the course, we're going to be ready to dive into CSS to start styling our HTML. And a quick note, while HTML may seem pretty basic and possibly boring at sometimes at first, we really need it to build a good foundation for our knowledge later on. So you can think of this section almost as eating your vegetables before you get to go on to the main course and then later on dessert. Okay, let's go ahead and get started by talking about tables. I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 1 where we're going to be discussing tables in HTML. Tables in HTML consist of several tags working together. And those tags are the general table tag that lets your HTML know that there's going to be a table here. Then there's the t-head tag, which allows you to actually set the first row or the header row of the table. And then inside of that you have th, which are the actual elements that we're going to be placing inside of that header or head row, that very top row. Essentially the name of the columns in the table. And then beyond that you have the table rows, and then you have td for each of the table elements inside corresponding to each column. Now here I've shown the breakdown with just the opening tags. Every opening tag would later on have a corresponding closing tag. So with that being said, let's go ahead and construct the table to understand all of this and get a real sense of how all these different tags work together. I'm going to jump to the Atom Text Editor now. Alright, here I am at the Atom Text Editor, and I also have a browser open to the HTML file I'm working with right now, which is just called tables.html. You can call your HTML file whatever you want. Let me just collapse that side directory so we can see the full HTML file a little better. The first tag we're going to need is the table tag, which is basically going to declare that we have a table. And I'm just going to autocomplete that there. And everything we're working with is going to go inside these table tags. First thing we want to do after that is the table head, which is t head. And this is where your column names are going to go. So right now, if we save this and refresh our web page, we don't see anything because we really don't have any content in the table yet. But as I put a th, which is basically the actual content that goes in the table head, we'll do something like number. Now my table will show something. And here it is, just a number. And let's add a couple more th elements or th tags for something like color. And then let's add another one, th, and we'll do country. Save that, refresh over here. And now I have number, color, country. And note how they're aligned. They're aligned as if they are the titles of the column names that are going to be coming up. So now the question is, how do we actually add rows to the table? And then how do we actually add table cells? Well, outside of this t head, we say tr, and that's going to stand for a table row. And now what we can do is inside of this table row, put in td for table cells. So let's start off with a number, and that corresponds with the first column, which is the number column. Let's put in the next cell, and this is in the first row, that first tr, and now we need a color. Let's put in something like red. And now let's put in a country, let's just say USA. We'll save this and refresh, and now we can see that we're actually starting to construct a table. Let me zoom in on this so it's a little more clear. Okay, so we can see we're actually constructing a table. A lot of times you want your table to actually have a border. And we'll be discussing styling tables a lot more when we talk about CSS. But a quick way to do it is in this table tag, just do a space and add in border. And Atom Text Editor is actually going to help you out here. And if you just hit enter here, it'll automatically fill out border for you. And then just pass in a number like 1. And then when you refresh this after passing that number in, you get to see this auto border created. And like I mentioned, there's a lot more styling you can do instead of getting like such an ugly border for your table. But right now, this will help us differentiate rows and columns. Okay, let's practice adding in one more row. Again, it's tr for the table row, and then td for the table cell. And let's see what happens if we just add in one table cell value. So if I just put in 100, and I click save and refresh here, note that I'd still get that 100 value. So I can still add in values and basically have blank values for certain columns. Now it's always suggested that you try to fill out your table completely, but just keep that in mind that your table will still be able to generate. There won't be an error thrown at all if you only have one corresponding value for your row. So let's fill that in. Next one we want is a color. Let's just say blue. Whoops. And let's put in one more, which is going to be a country. And let's just say France. I'm going to save that and let's refresh. And there we have it. One more row. Okay, and that's really all there is to creating tables in HTML. It's pretty straightforward. Let's just quickly review the steps. Everything we've done goes inside these table tags. We have an opening one and a closing one. And then if you want to have a border here, you can just say border is equal to, and then in quotes here I've put in 1. If we put in larger numbers, such as 5, basically what's going to happen is you will get a thicker border. Now I'm zoomed in here, so the effect is a little more pronounced, but let's make it really large, so we'll say 50, and then refresh. You can see we get a extremely thick border on the outside. So you may be wondering, well, how do I actually edit these borders on the inside? That's something we're going to discuss a lot more in the CSS section of the course. For right now, you can just put in 1, and that should make things clear enough as far as what's a row and what's a column. Okay, then after that, we have the t-head section. And the t-head section is differentiated from the tr section in the sense that it's actually just the column name. So it represents, and it's in bold versus just a regular text. So we see number, color, country, you can call these whatever you want. And that basically defines how many columns your table is going to have. Now, if we remove this t-head, let me just cut that out, save this, and refresh, you still get a table just fine. So I don't want to give the impression that every table requires a t-head tag. You can build a table without t-head, so that's totally fine. But you should try to, at least for a viewer's sake, keep in mind, is it readable without the t-head? And here I've put in the t-head back in. And for t-head, those elements are under the th tag. Then everything else is a tr for t-row, the table row, and then each table cell inside of those rows is just td. And you have to place them in the order that the columns come in, which is why we choose t-head, so we can always make sure we have a reference that corresponds to the actual order of the elements. All right, that's basically it. Thanks everyone, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back everybody to Part 2 Tables Quiz. So you've actually learned enough in the previous lecture to get some practice creating your own tables. I want you to open the txt or text file inside of the HTML level 2 folder called part2_table_quiz.txt. And there are some instructions there that we're going to be exploring right now. But basically for this exercise, you're going to be recreating a table based off the information provided in that text file. Let's take a quick look at that text file and then show you an example of what the end result will look like. I'm going to jump to the Atom text editor now. Alright, so I've opened up that table quiz.txt file here. And basically what you're going to be doing is using the following information to make a table about country GDP. And it says pop quiz here, but I kind of warned you about this already, so it's not really a totally pop quiz. All the source for this data is from this Wikipedia link on the list of countries by GDP. And what I want you to do is make a table of HTML consisting of 3 main columns. The country name, the country flag, so that will be an image, and then GDP in millions of US dollars. And your table will have 3 rows, and you'll use the information below to attribute it to the cells correctly. So you have United States as the first country's name, you have a link for the US flag, so you can see here I have the Wikipedia link to an image of that flag, and then the actual number for GDP, which is here 18,561,930. Then we have India, and I'll have the Indian flag as a link there, and then their GDP, and then we have the United Kingdom, the UK flag, which is a link here, and then their GDP. Let me show you very quickly what the final result you will be creating actually looks like. And here I have open what the basic final result will look like. Notice that I've created a border. We have those 3 columns, the country name, country flag, GDP in millions of US dollars, and then we have those 3 rows. And that's basically all there is to it as far as what you're going to be creating. So try your best, just based off of this text file and the information here, to open up a brand new HTML file and recreate this table that looks like this. So 3 rows, 3 columns. A little bit of a tricky part that we haven't shown yet is how to actually insert an image here. But it shouldn't be too different than what we've done before. In fact, you should already know how to do it based off everything we've covered. So definitely take your time, explore, reference Google if you need it. But coming up next is going to be the walkthrough solutions to this exercise. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to Part 3 Tables Quiz Solutions. In this lecture, we're just going to be coding through the solutions for the table quiz. Let's get started. Alright, so I have my text editor open, and I have my browser open to this tables.html file, which is currently blank. Let me collapse that directory screen, and here I have the actual text file with the quiz instructions, so I can reference this data later on. And remember, we want to just create a table with those 3 columns and 3 rows. Let's start off by just creating the HTML file itself. Luckily, we just have to type HT, hit enter, and everything's automatically created there for us. And then here in the body, I'm going to just say something like table, and let's insert a header just to make sure we're properly linked, or a heading, I should say. And we'll say table quiz, save that. Let's refresh this, and here we see table quiz. So we know these are linked together, so we're good to go. I can just delete that heading now, since I know it's linked. And now I have the table. The first thing of this table that I want to create is the t-head element. And remember, the t-head, or the table head, is what actually has the column names. So it has the column names in bold there. And that takes in th cells instead of the regular td cells. And my first column will be the country name. My second column will be the country flag. And then my third column, remember, is the GDP in millions of US dollars. So let's save that and make sure it actually worked for us by refreshing over here. And there we have country name, country flag, GDP, millions of US dollars. But remember that the actual solutions looked like it had a border to it. And we covered how to create a border back in the tables lecture. You just come up here to tables, select border equal to, and let's just put in, let's say 2. Then we refresh, and now we have that nice border. Now it's just a matter of filling in the information. So the information we have has to go under table rows, or TR tags. So here's a table row, and let's start by filling in the first table cells. So the first one we have is USA. That's the first table cell. Then the second one we have, TD, is going to be the actual image of the flag. And in order to put that in, we need to call an image tag. So we didn't actually show this in the table lecture, but all you have to do is just type in image and then put in the source. So we have this image tag that we worked with earlier, and it's just nested inside this TD or table cell tag. And that's really all you had to do for that. Let's grab that USA flag link. So I will copy and paste it from here. So let me copy that and then paste it inside the source. Save this, and let me refresh to make sure everything worked correctly here. And there we have country flag and US. So we're linked correctly. And then finally, the last cell I want for this row is with my TD tags here. Table cell, call it. And let me zoom in a little bit so we can see a little better. It's the GDP in millions of US dollars. And from the notes, that's just right here, 18,561,000, etc. So let's paste that in. Save it, refresh, and it looks like we're good to go here. We have the country name, country flag, and GDP. Now it's just a matter of duplicating this process for the next 2 rows. So again, we just say table row, and let's just put in the 3 cells right now. TD, TD, TD. And the next one we had was India. And then I'm going to put in that image tag again. It's just IMG, hit enter, and it automatically has the SRC or the source for you. And we will grab this Indian flag from Wikipedia. And a quick note, sometimes Wikipedia will change the actual links or the size of the picture. So if you're getting some distortion in the size, don't worry. We're going to cover how to actually set image sizes later on, especially during the CSS lectures. So if you get kind of funky flag sizes, don't worry about it too much. Just make sure you understand the idea of creating the table itself. Don't worry too much about these actual links. In fact, you could replace them with your own links if you wanted to. So I will just copy and paste that flag of India link right there, and then let me put in their GDP. And I have that information right over here. Copy and paste that. Save this, and let's make sure the second row worked. All right, perfect. We have India, Indian flag, and then their GDP. And then finally, it's time for the United Kingdom. We'll put in their 3 cells, TD, TD, TD. And we're going to say United Kingdom, image, source, and then their GDP. So let's grab their GDP first. Copy and paste that in here. Save this and refresh to make sure we still have the connection. Perfect. And now it's time for their flag. So let's grab that flag link. I'm going to just copy this from the quiz notes and then paste it in here in their source. Good. Let's save that. And now with the refresh here, I see the United Kingdom flag. All right, and that's really all we had to do. So we have the country flags, USA, India, United Kingdom, their flags, and then GDP. All right, so hopefully you found that exercise pretty straightforward. Again, you can always just reference the solutions notebook, or excuse me, the solutions HTML file in case you want to actually reference the code itself. All right, thanks everyone. I hope that was straightforward, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to Part 4, Forms Basics. Creating forms in HTML really revolves around the idea of the input tag. And throughout this lecture and the subsequent lectures, we're going to be looking at various types of inputs for forms and how we can use them to accept user input. So if you've ever visited a website where you had to input your email, a password into a form online and then click submit, that's an HTML form. Forms are actually going to be a key component of Django later on, but in order to really understand how to use them with Django, we need to fully understand them with just pure HTML. Let's get started by looking at some basic examples. I'm going to jump to the text editor now. Alright, so I have my text editor open, and I have my browser open, and before we get started, I just wanted to show you the 2 reference links that you can actually find inside the Part 4 Forms Basics HTML file that corresponds with this lecture, one of them goes to the W3 schools, where it just talks about input types. So here you can see HTML input types, and the basic form of an input tag is the input tag, and then we specify the type. And notice you can have text types, you can have password types, submit types, so it has a little submit button, and later on we're going to really be exploring a bunch of other types, such as radio buttons, drop-down, checkboxes, etc. So that's the idea behind this, and if you want a more technical reference, you can always check out the Mozilla Developer Network website, which is also linked in that HTML file. But let's get started by just kind of walking through this. So basically, what we do is somewhere in the body, you start your form. So before we actually get started, I'm going to make two headings. I'll say something like login, and then we'll say heading 2, please input your, we'll say email and password. Save that, refresh over here, and then we see login, please input your email and password. Let me just zoom in a little bit on that so it's a little clear. And here we have our two headings. Later on, we're actually going to learn how to specifically label inputs, but right now, just keeping it basic. Let's simulate a login site. First thing we have to do then is call a form. And if you want, we can actually call form like this. And now we have our form, our opening tag and our closing tag. And we see we have a class, which will make a lot more sense when we talk about CSS. So you can just ignore that for now. We have an action, which is going to be later on used to actually call an action depending on what kind of form you're using. And then we have a method, which is post. Right now, we actually don't need to worry about any of these things. We're going to talk a lot more about them, but basically the action is later on where we're going to be sending the data, and then the method has to do with a get post HTTP method. But right now, we don't know enough to really use any of these, so we're just going to delete all that and just have form. Let's save that. And let's stick our two headings inside of this form tag. And as I mentioned, the main part of creating a form really revolves around those input tags. So what we're going to do is call an input tag, and then we notice that as we call input and then hit enter, Atom Text Editor will automatically say type equals, name equals, and value equals. And so let's break this down. Type is where you actually clarify what type of input you want. And by default, it's type text. And that's something we're going to be exploring a lot through this lecture and the next couple of lectures, different types of inputs. Then you have the name of the input, and the name of the input is just the name assigned to this input, so you can call it on later in some other files. And then we have the value. And the value is the actual default value that's placed inside there. So let's explore this right now. Let's start off with one of the most common types of inputs, which is an email type. And an email type basically just checks to make sure you have an email in there. We'll give this a name, and we'll call it user email. So let's save this and refresh, and now we notice that we have an actual text box here. And what's different between a normal type equals text and a type equals email is that the email type is going to make sure later on when we actually click submit that we have an at gmail.com or at yahoo.com or an actual email in there. So for a normal text type input, you could just put in user and it would work. But for a type email, it's going to make sure that you actually have at and then a .com or a .net in there. So maybe you've been using a website, you accidentally mistype your email, and a little pop-up will say, please enter a valid email address. This is the type of input they're using to automatically do that. And basically, all this work is being handled behind the scenes by your browser. Just specifying the type will basically take care of that for you. And that's really a big part of the beauty of HTML. It works across browsers that way, at least for the most common types. And then let's create another input for our password. So we'll say this type is password. We'll save it, refresh, and now you notice that we have two boxes. This was the email, and this was the password. But look what happens when I start typing in my password here. It's actually hidden from me. And that sort of default behavior is happening because I specified this type to be password instead of just a default text or an email type. And these are the kind of types right now that you don't need to worry about memorizing them too much. You always have those reference links for the different input types. that are in the part 4 forms basics.html file, those 2 links I explained earlier. But eventually you're going to be using these inputs so often that you're going to just remember off the top of your head, oh, I need an email type, I need a password type, etc. Right now, don't worry too much about memorizing all of these. And let's go ahead and give this input a name. So we will call this just a very simple name, something like password. And that name can later be used to actually reference this. So again, you don't see anything changed here on the HTML form. And finally, let's discuss this value. So the value is if you want a value to be pre-filled there. So let's say email here, and we'll say password, please. Save that, refresh, and notice for the value, it basically has a corresponding default here. So email here, password please. But notice that right now this password please just shows up as a blank password. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to input a value here into that. And later on we'll show you some better ways of actually showing some default text there. But that's what you can use if you want it to be pre-filled. All right. And then finally, one of the most important input types is the submit. And we don't need to give that a name or value, but we just refresh, and here we have a little submit button. And this is a little submit, but look what happens here. It says, please include an @ in the email address. Email here is missing an @. So let's actually give this type submit a value. And we'll type in submit there, refresh, and notice now the submit button actually has a submit there. And you can call this whatever you want, like please click me, save that, refresh, click me. All right, so let's explain what's going on here because there's only 3 lines, but there's actually a lot of moving parts. So if we look at this HTML code, everything here is wrapped in form tags, and that's actually really important. That allows HTML to know that we are talking about a complete form here. Then we have 3 input types. The first one is email, the second one is password, and the third one is submit. And the key idea I want you to just take in right now is not how everything is linked and working together, but really the fact that you can call an input tag, specify a type, give it a name to reference it later on. Right now that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because we haven't really used the name yet. And then the value, which is some default value for it to have. Sometimes the default value doesn't make too sense, such as with a password type. Otherwise you just see a bunch of dots there, or asterisks. And then you sometimes really do need a value, such as with the submit button, where it just looks like an ugly button if you don't have a value there. All right, so this right now, the submit button is linked to these 2 inputs because if I click me, it won't actually work. So it'll say something like, please include an @ in the email address. Email here is missing an @. And that's why we want to specify something like type email. So now if I say hello@yahoo.com, and then put in a password, click me, looks like it's okay. Nothing's actually happening here. It's basically just clearing it every time we click submit. We'll get into that sort of functionality later, how to actually grab information from those input cells. But right now, the very basics is you call a form tag, you call these input tags, you specify a type, you can give it a name, which we'll use later on, and you can give it a default value. Sometimes you're not going to really want a default value, such as with the password. Sometimes you really will with a submit button. All right, let's just walk through just a couple more examples, some maybe a little sillier examples of different types of inputs. And a really fun one is the choose color input. And it's just a color input. So let me show you what that looks like. I will say something like choose color as heading 1. And heading 2 is going to be click on button. And then I'm going to specify an input. I'll hit enter there. And the type is going to be a color. So let's save that, refresh this page. And notice here it says choose a color, click on button. And this is a default color picker. So if I click on this button right here, I get this little pop-up that allows me to actually pick a color. So for instance, I can pick this purple color. I hit OK, and we can see it's changed to purple. Or I pick a bright red, hit OK, and I can see it's changed to bright red. So all of that functionality is built straight into HTML just by specifying the type is equal to color. And that's sort of a fun example. Now let's show one more, which is essentially the default. So I'm going to say heading 2, we'll say enter some text. and then we'll have some input, and we're just going to leave it as the type, the text, which is the default, and we'll say something like text goes here. We'll save it, refresh, and we'll see text goes here, which means I can type just random text here and it works just fine. Let's zoom in a little bit, and you can see that there's really no limit on how much text I can write. Later on, we'll learn about things like a text area type, which allows us to have a larger section for like paragraphs of text. But those are just a few of the input types that you can use as you begin to create forms. So just the very basics here that we've covered. Really, all I want you to be aware of is that there's a form tag, there are input tags, and you can specify the type of input. And certain types of input will have restrictions, such as the email type will have the restriction that you need an @ symbol when you actually click that submit button. That's really all I want you to get out of this lecture for right now. In the next lecture, we're going to be talking about two more things. We'll talk about labels and how they work when you can actually label one of these inputs. And then secondly, we're going to go back and talk about that form with the action and method arguments. Remember that when I first typed in form and I had it autocomplete, it had these calls right here, an action and a method. In the next lecture, we're going to be discussing those and seeing what happens when we combine that with some sort of submit button. Okay. Thanks everyone, and I will see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Part 5, Forms and Labels. We've already explored the basic input tags, things such as email types, password types, and we even saw some more fun ones such as the color type of inputs. But now what we want to do is really understand how to connect these various input tags to two features, and one is an action upon clicking that submit button, and another one is actually labeling that input. The use of that label tag will allow you to add labels in front of an input in your HTML form, and we're going to be learning how to use the label as well as the for parameter inside of that label tag. And then we're also going to be exploring how to activate actions upon clicking the submit button. What we're going to do is walk through a couple of examples that further explain things that we didn't cover last time but did see last time. So if you remember from the previous lecture, when I clicked that submit button, it seemed to just refresh the page and not really do anything. And we also saw that when we created a form tag, we had that action and method key parameters that we didn't really define or talk about. Now is the time to revisit those topics and see how they really work. Let's jump to the text editor to get started. Alright, so here I am at the editor, and I also have the forms.html file open. Let's start off by recreating just a very simple form, and I will use the form tag. And notice we have that class, action, and method parameters. Right now, we're just going to ignore those and close them up, pass in input, hit enter, and then we'll say this input is just an email, and then we'll also give another input for submit. So that's the submit type of input. Something I will do, however, is add a name to this email. So last time we did this, but didn't actually really explore what happens when we add a name. So let's add a name, refresh this page, and let's add a couple more things here. I will say paragraph to enter email, and then give a value to this submit button so we see something there. So we'll say submit, save that, refresh this, and now we see something that says enter email and submit. Let's see what happens when I actually enter an email and click submit. So I will say something like user@gmail.com. Hit submit. And notice it seems to essentially just refresh the page, but pay attention to what actually happened here in my URL. In my URL, now I see at the very end, user email is equal to user%40gmail.com. And basically %40 is a code for the @ symbol. And we now can see that when I click submit, I'm basically assigning whatever input I had there to that name. Let's try this again. I will call this HTML, and instead of entering email, I'm going to try just with a very basic text input. So I will say type, let's say enter here text. I will say type is equal to text, and then give this name something like user input. We'll save this, refresh, and now I see enter text. Let's say enter text, and I will type in my stuff here, click submit, and we see now in the URL, we see forms.html with user input is equal to my stuff. So we can begin to get this idea that when I click submit, I'm actually assigning whatever is inputted to the name that the input tag had. Now what I want to do is explore the idea of an action occurring when I hit the submit button. So far right now when I hit submit, it basically just refreshes the page. Let's see if we can perform an action to go to another web page or another website upon clicking that submit button. So we come back here to form and put an action in. And then we can pass in a web page. Now a lot of times you won't be passing in another website, you'd pass in another web page within your own web application. But right now, since we don't have a full backend, we'll just say the action is equal to HTTP, and we can say HTTPS www. Let's say facebook.com. And then we need to also supply the method, and we'll say it's a get value method. We're going to be talking a lot more about method and get versus post in future lectures, but right now let's just keep it simple by saying upon clicking the submit button, the action I want you to do is go ahead and go to facebook.com, and we'll see that we still retain that user input. So let me call HTML again, or forms.html. Here we see enter text, and let's just make sure that's working by saying enter text and take me to FB for Facebook. And we'll refresh this, and now we see enter text and take me to FB. So I will enter some text here. So we'll say hello world, hit submit, and let's see what happens. Now it takes me to https facebook.com with the user input equal to hello world. So we can begin to get this idea that upon clicking that submit button, I can call actions to take me to other web pages within my entire web application along with the actual input. So what might be nice is upon clicking submit, it actually takes me to that user profiles page based off what they inputted in these input tags. All right. Now we don't know enough about the back end to actually handle a lot of this stuff. Right now we're basically just working all of this on the front end, but hopefully it's pretty impressive what just pure HTML can do by itself. Let's go back here to forms and then finally talk about labels. Labels is going to be just a very quick topic on this. So I will delete this and go back to a normal form, click save, and then show something very simple. Something like enter some text, and then in this input, I'm just going to be having it say text. We'll save this, refresh, and it says enter some text. So I can just say hello world, etc. Now, something I want to notice here is that when I call this paragraph, this input type text becomes a new block. So it's not on the same line as this paragraph. Something I may want to do is actually label all the text inputs on a form. So a form may have various inputs. It may have multiple text inputs. Maybe you're filling out a job application online and you have various text boxes to fill out. Something you may want to do is try to label them. And there's two ways of doing it. We'll show you the technically bad way of doing it, which is individual, and then we'll show you the way you should be doing it. So if I just type in label or begin to type it in, I get this label tag filled out with this for parameter. And we're going to discuss what that for parameter means in just a second. But right now we'll show you kind of the quote unquote bad way of doing it. It's basically just the more repeatable way, but the reason we don't want that is because we want to practice dry coding principles, dry standing for DRY, or don't repeat yourself. So if I call this over here and paste it into that label, so here's my input type, and then I say enter text, colon, save this, and now refresh that form page, I can see now that the label is on the same code block as the actual input, and that's what I wanted. But now let's say I have multiple inputs. Something I may have to do now is just keep calling labels. So I'll say something like, again, enter text, call the input type, and text. And let's give these values. We'll say this is block 1, just so it's clear. We'll call this block 2. Save that, refresh the page, and we can see here I say enter text, block 1, enter text, block 2. Something, however, that I don't want to do is constantly be repeating myself. So I don't want to have to actually call label, enter text, etc. That's where that for parameter comes into play. So we just showed how to use a label individually, but now let's show how to use a label with that for parameter. So I will again call label, and here I have the for parameter. And what I will do is match this up to a new parameter that we're going to learn about called ID. So we'll say this is for user input, and then say something like enter input. And notice that inside of these label tags, it's just the text. I haven't actually passed in the input tag yet. Then outside of this, I'm going to say input. We'll say this is type text, and we'll give it a value, something like hello. And we'll also give it an ID. An ID is something we're going to be exploring a lot more when we talk about CSS in the next section. But for now, I just want to make sure that ID links up and matches the for. And basically what this is saying is it's saying, okay, this label is for the ID user input. And there is the actual label. And then we can see that the input has this ID user input, which means it's going to link this label to this input. So let's refresh this. Well, let's save it and then refresh this. And we can see here, enter input has been linked to this text box. And I didn't actually have to now put that input into this label. And this is just a bit of a nicer and more common way to see label being used. Right now, it may not make a whole lot of sense because we haven't really covered ID yet, and we haven't really covered how to connect an ID to another file. But right now, just consider the idea that ID is a possible parameter for uniquely identifying an HTML tag. And that whole concept is going to make a lot more sense. We want to uniquely style HTML tags based off some sort of ID. And that's how we're going to be finding them, based off of this ID. All right. So far we covered forms, how to perform an action with a form, how to label an input, and then how to use label with the for parameter. The last thing I want to mention are two extra parameters you can put into an input, and that is instead of a value, you can use a placeholder. So notice when I use value, I actually have to manually delete what's already in there. A lot of times on the internet, instead of a value, you will see something called a placeholder. So let's save that and refresh the page. And we can see here we have a placeholder, and it's a little more faint in the font color. And that's because when I click on this, it will basically immediately disappear as soon as I start typing something. So that's much more common to see when you're building a website that has a placeholder instead of a value. So you'll often see things such as enter email, or like enter email here if this was an email input. So I'll refresh this, says enter email here, and as soon as I click this and start typing stuff, that placeholder goes away. That's a much better way of using stuff to actually be a placeholder instead of a value. And the last thing I want to show you is this required argument. So basically what happens is when you pass in required here, it doesn't require anything to say required equals, it's just required. And basically what that means is when you click submit something, you need to make sure that it has this. So let me show you an example of that. We will say enter text here. And let's add in some more input. So let's just, to make it simple, we'll get rid of this label. And we will get rid of this ID. And we will have this text input as well as another text input. And this will have a placeholder. And this will say not required. And then finally we will have an input with a submit button. Submit. And we will give that the value, whoops, let's expand that again. We will give that the value just submit. And then this will have a placeholder saying required. And as you may have guessed, basically when we click submit, we are required to have input in this second text box. So I will refresh this. We see not required and required. So if I just put stuff in required, so I say hello, and don't put anything in not required, click submit, I don't have any problems, the page just refreshes. But now let's try it again. I'll zoom back in, and we will, let's get rid of this little pop-up. we will put something in not required, so hello, but not put anything in the required. I hit submit, and notice it says, please fill out this field. And all of that is happening with your browser, this recognizing that, hey, this HTML says that this input is required, so you must put something in there before clicking the submit button, or I'll give you a warning. And that's the difference between something being required and not required. All right, I know we covered a lot in this lecture, so let's briefly talk about it one more time. We talked about forms, how we can state an action to link to another web page, and then we can say method equals to get to actually complete that action. Then we talked about labels, how you can use an individual label to actually label one of your inputs. And then finally, we talked about the use of the for parameter with label, as well as placeholders instead of values, and the required parameter. Okay, thanks everyone, and I will see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Part 6, Form Selections. In this lecture, we're going to continue exploring the variety of input methods for HTML forms. And those are going to be things such as a single radio button, how to link multiple radio buttons, drop-down menus, and then text area inputs. Coming up next after this lecture will be an assessment exercise, so we can fully understand everything that has to do with HTML forms. And that will end our HTML sections of the course. But before we reach the next assessment, let's get some quick practice with these various input methods. Alright, so here I have a normal HTML file open and it's linked to my browser. It's just called forms.html, and you can see here I've set the title to hotel feedback. So we now know enough HTML that we can try to mimic more of a real-world situation. For instance, let's say you've stayed in a hotel. Afterwards, they may send you an email to a link asking for some feedback. So we're going to try to mimic what that feedback page would look like. And to do this, let's just start with a heading that says something like hotel feedback form. Save this, refresh over here. Looks like it's linked correctly. Great. Now let's start with our form. And if you just auto create form, it'll have class, action, method, etc. Right now we don't really need that. If you want, you can set method to just be get right now. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to be covering what get and post is much more in the future. Right now you can just leave it as you see it here. First thing I want to do is understand how radio buttons work. So for instance, if you just type in input, and in type, instead of text, you pass in radio, you can save this, refresh, and you see a little radio button pop up here. And if I click it, I can see that it got filled in. But right now, if I try to click it again, nothing changes. I can't click it on and off. It's just clicking once. So let's try to expand on this concept by actually asking a question here. So in a header or heading 3, I'm going to say this. Are you from inside the US or outside the US? So maybe we have international travelers and we want to know, do they come from the United States or outside the United States if this hotel is in the United States or somewhere internationally. And then we'll have an input as a radio button, and we will label this radio button. And let's review how we can label using that for method. So I can say something like for in US, and then give this particular radio button an ID of let's say in USA. So let's save that. And in this label, I'm going to say something like inside. Save it, refresh, and here we see, are you from inside the US or outside the US? And right now I can just highlight the only option available, inside, and I can only highlight it on, I can't change anything about it. So let's make another one. We'll make another label. We'll call this for out USA, and we will call this outside, and then create another input. We'll make another radio button type and give it the ID to match that label, which in our case is out USA. We will save this, refresh, and now we see we have a hotel feedback form, and we have two options, inside or outside. But right now we have a little bit of a problem. I can actually highlight inside, highlight outside, and that's it. That's all I can do right now. What I would really like to do is to link these two radio buttons together. so that if I click inside, then outside cannot be selected. Or if I click outside, then inside cannot be selected. So I want to be able to turn these on and off in respect to each other. And the way you do that is you give them the same name. And that's where this name comes into play. So let's give this first radio button a name, LOC, for location. And let's give the second one the same name, LOC. Now let's save this, refresh, and we notice if I click inside, it's highlighted. If I click outside, inside becomes unhighlighted. So we can see now that they're linked because they share the same name. And that makes sense because given what we know about names and the assignment, we'll have to assign something to that name. And in this case, we can only assign one of these two. So it'll either be inside or outside. And that's how you link radio buttons together. You just give them the same name. They can have different labels, but if you want to link them together, you just give them the same name. All right, let's start exploring another type of input here. And this one is going to be, let's say, we'll ask, how was your service? So how was your service? Save that, make sure it worked. All right, so how was your service? And let's actually make this header 2 instead of just a paragraph, so it kind of matches along with the other one. And let's make this other one header 2 so it's not so big. So we'll say header 2 over here as well, H2. Save that, refresh over here. So are you from inside the US, outside? That's linked together. How was your service? For this service, what we're going to do is explore a drop-down menu. And the way a drop-down menu works is not with the input tag, but with the select tag. And the select tag works like this. You say select. You can give it a class. Right now, that doesn't make sense for us because we haven't learned about CSS, so we'll come back to that later. And we can give it a name. So let's give this the name stars. So we want a drop-down menu of how many stars. And what we can do is give an option. And then this option has a value. So let's give this a value of great. And in between these option tags is going to be an actual number. So we'll say 3. Let's save this and see what this looks like so far. So here we have the drop-down, 3. And so far, that's it. So let's create a couple more options for this drop-down menu, and then we can break down what value is. So I'm going to make another value that just says OK. That's 2. And then let's make one more option. And we will say this is bad, and it was 1 star. So now if I save this, I have my select, which indicates a drop-down menu. I've given a name to my select, and I have various options here. With what happens in between the option tags is what's actually displayed to the user. But behind the scenes, they can have their own values. So let's refresh this. And now that we say, how is your service? I see this dropdown gives me 3, 2, or 1 that I can choose from. So let's add a submit button to this so we can see what happens when I hit submit. So outside of this, but inside the form, I'm going to create a submit button and give it a value called submit. Save that and refresh. And now let's pay attention to what happens to the URL after I hit submit. I'll say I'm from inside the US and my service was 2. So now that I've clicked submit, we see here in the URL that I have LOC is equal to, and right now it's actually blank, and then it says and stars is equal to OK. So what I want to do is back in these radio buttons, actually fill in a value here that corresponds to the radio button. So I will set the value for inside, for the inside radio button, and set the value here for outside. Let's save this and refresh. And let's actually delete these values here. Go back to the forms page, refresh this, and now let's try again. We'll say hotel feedback form. Are you from inside? We'll say we're from inside. How was the service? We'll give it 1 star. And notice here, now I have corresponding values in both the drop-down menu and the radio buttons. So if I click submit, now I can see here in the URL that my LOC, the name, is equal to the value inside, since I chose inside. And stars is equal to the value here, bad. And that's a really nice way that you can have your own value names on your back end, but show something else on the front end. So notice that the front end here, especially for the drop-down menu, was 3, 2, 1, but on the back end, I had these set values, great, okay, bad. What might be more realistic is if you actually set values on to numerical values, 3, 2, 1, and then here the options are great, okay, bad. And then you can maybe take mathematical averages behind the scenes. But we're going to learn a lot more about backend stuff later on in this course. But hopefully you get an idea now of what's possible. Finally, I want to add one more type of input that we want to check out, and that's the text area input. So I'm going to put a paragraph here, and we'll have a question that says something like, any other feedback you want to give as a paragraph? Well, let's actually make that a header too. That way it's the same size as everything else. And we so far have learned about the text input. In fact, it's the default. So if I click save here, refresh, I see any other feedback. But usually you don't want the user to just type everything in one single line. You want an actual box text area. So the way we can do that is instead of text, we can say text area. And that actually creates its own text area tag. So I will delete this and say text area. We can give that a name. So we can just use the default here, or we can say my text, and you give it a number of rows and a number of columns you want it to expand. So let's save this and now refresh and see here, now I have my text area. So hello, this is my text area, and now we have multiple lines that we can start typing stuff in. And we're going to learn more about text areas right now because it's a little different than taking in a single value because you have whole blocks of text. But I just want you to be aware that you have a text area here at your disposal. All right, so that's it for the various types of inputs we wanted to cover here under form selections. Let's do a quick review. Let me expand this. We've covered how to do radio buttons. Remember, that's just input and the type is radio. And if you want to link radio buttons together, you make sure the group of radio buttons just has the same name. And you can assign values to them so that once you click submit, you can get those values back. Then for a drop-down menu, you use the select tag with options. And you can then again assign values, and the values don't have to match up what the user actually sees as their drop-down options. And then finally we learned about the text area, which allows you to basically make a block for a text area. And if we come back here to the browser, we can see that we can actually kind of play around with this a little bit as far as how far down it can go. And then finally we have the submit button that we've covered before. All right, coming up next is an assessment exercise so you can get a lot of practice with everything we've covered in this section of the course. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome back. We've reached the end of HTML level 2, so we'll have an assessment. For this assessment, you're just going to be recreating the front end of a basic sign-up page for some sort of online course website. So check out the file html level 2 assessment.html. Just copy that full file path and put it into your browser. Try not to actually look at the HTML, and let's explore it before you begin because it's what you're going to be recreating for your assessment. Alright, so here I have the file and I've zoomed in a bit so we can see it clearly. We have a heading here, course sign up page, and then it also says, please note, first name, last name, password, and email are required. So you're going to have to make sure that those fields have some sort of way of being required when you click submit. Review the lectures if you don't remember how to do that. And you'll notice that this first name, last name, and email also have some placeholders. So I see something here that says first name, and I type and it goes away. And then we also have password. Make sure that if you type something into password, it's hidden from view. Then we say, are you over the age of 18? And we have two radio buttons. Note that as I click yes and no, it changes, so that means they're linked somehow. And then finally we have this, do you have a credit card or PayPal? And we have a drop-down menu that says either choose credit card or PayPal. Another way you could have interpreted this question is, do you have a credit card or PayPal, yes or no? Really, I just care that you remember how to do a drop-down menu. And then you can click sign up, and basically, well, I need to fill this out. So let's do that at gmail.com. Some password, sign up, and nothing should happen. It just basically refreshes to, in my case, the non-zoomed in version. But you can see up here in the URL that this has changed. All right, as a bonus, if you feel that this is pretty easy, what I want you to do is see if you can select an action to actually connect this form to some other HTML page that you've written, maybe a thank you page. So when you click sign up, see if you can link it to a thank you page as a bonus through an action. All right, best of luck, and I will see you at the next lecture where we actually code through this. Hello everyone, and welcome back. to the solutions lecture for the HTML Level 2 assessment. Let's get started by jumping straight to the editor. Alright, so here I have the editor and the course sign-up page opened. I'm just going to start straight from scratch, but remember this is what we're trying to recreate here with HTML. So the first thing we want to do is just call HTML, give this some sort of title. We'll just say course sign-up, and then let's start off with the body. So here we can see there's some sort of heading 1, and we will say course sign-up page to match that. And then we have what appears to be a paragraph. You could have done heading 2 or heading 3, that's fine. And we'll say, please note, we'll say all text fields required, just to save us some time. And then we start with the real business, which is the form. So I'll call the form right now, and we will remove class, action, and post. There was a bonus on the action, which we'll cover in just a little bit towards the end. But let's start off with the basic form. First thing you wanted to do is the inputs. So we have a first name input and a last name input. Let's grab those inputs. The first name is just a text input. It has no value, but it does have a placeholder. So let's put that in here. We'll put a placeholder in that says first name. And then let's just label this. We'll give it a label, and we'll say it's for FM for first name, and we'll give the input an ID of FM. And then let's come back up here and give it the label first name colon. Alright, and we're going to do a very similar thing for the last name. So let's do that as well. Let's copy this and paste it. Let's make this last name. Let's come up here and change this to LM for last name. It looks like I accidentally wrote M instead of N. So let's change those on both of these. LN and FN. It's first name, last name. And then the placeholder here, instead of first name, it's going to say last name. Alright, so far we have an extra T there. So far we have the first two inputs for the first name and the last name. Let's save this and make sure we're connected. Make sure everything's working correctly. So I will delete that, hit enter, and it looks like we're good to go here. We have the course sign-up page. All the text fields are required, first name and last name. So something to remember is that they're all required, which means I need to add one more parameter here in my input, which is just the required keyword. And I need to do the same thing here, required. And you can see that Adam is already ready to help me out. And you just need to, you could say it equals to true, but that's all I really need here. Okay. Then up next, we want the email that we had earlier. So again, I will say input. This time, I'll say email, and I will give the placeholder, and let's just say the placeholder is user@gmail.com or something like that. Can't remember quite what it was, but we'll put in a label here, and we'll say this label is for let's say email, or let's call it mail, so we don't confuse it with the type, and give it an ID of mail. And then for the label, we will say email. And then finally, we also want a password. So again, I will make a label here. We'll say it's for pass. We'll call password there, and then create the input for it. Input, and you'll notice this becomes a lot faster when you're using Adam's really helpful autocomplete. So we will say password and no placeholder there. Let's save this and see what it looks like so far. And we're probably going to have to change something. Note that we have a bit of a basically no gap between first name, last name, email, and password. So one quick fix we can do that, since we don't know styling yet, is to just in between first name and last name, add some paragraph tags to insert another block there, and we can just keep them blank. So now when I refresh this, we get a little empty block there. Later on when we learn about CSS, we're going to learn how we can actually call styling for buffers and margins, etc. But right now we can just use this little cheat. Okay, so we have all the text fields, and let's make sure we have them all required. So we still need to add those to the last two we just created. So required. And then down here, we also want to add in required. And you don't need to say equals in our case, we can just say required there. Then up next, we want to get some radio buttons to ask if we're over the age of 18, yes or no. So let's put a paragraph in here saying, are you over 18? Question mark. We'll need 2 inputs, and they're both going to be radio. This is going to be an input. We'll call it radio. And remember, if we want them to be linked, they need to share the same name. So we'll call them both over, asking if they're over 18. And let's give them a label. So we'll say label for Y is yes, and then give the first one an ID of Y, and then so we can recognize it later, let's give it a value of yes. And let's give this one a value of no, and give it a label. And the reason for that is later on, whatever they select, I can reference the value there. So we'll put in a label here for N, give it an ID equal to N, and then here it's going to be no. So let's save that, make sure everything's working correctly for us. Are you over 18? Let's make sure they're linked together, and it looks like that's working just fine. All right, we can even expand this a little bit. And now let's check out the last thing we needed to do, which was a drop-down. Do you have a credit card or PayPal? So let's just say, do you have a card or PayPal? Question mark. And remember, the drop-down doesn't use an input tag. Instead, it uses a select tag. So we have select. We can give it a class, but we don't worry about that. We can also give it a name. Let's just give it a simple name. We'll say payment. And then finally, inside of this, we have the option tags. So option 1, we'll say this is a value of CC. And we'll give it the actual name on the HTML, credit card. Or excuse me, not really a name, but what it's actually going to display. And then the next option, value here, we'll say PP for PayPal, and then PayPal there. So let's save that, make sure it's working when I refresh this. Do you have a credit card or PayPal? And here we can select them. Perfect. And when I actually click submit, I'll get back a value either CC or PP for payment. Okie dokes. Finally, let's use that paragraph trick again and input the submit button. So input, submit, and the value we'll give it is sign up. And let's save this. And let's confirm that it all worked. We'll refresh this. We'll put in a first name, put in a last name, put in some email. It's just made up. And then some password, over 18, credit card, sign up. It should just basically refresh the page. And if we look over here on the URL, if I expand this, I see the options that I wanted. Perfect. All right. So what we can do now is to expand on this, you could add values. So you could give password a value and email a value if you want them to show up here in the URL after clicking submit. But that doesn't help us too much right now because we don't know how to use stuff on the back end to actually grab those values. So we'll leave it there for now. What I want to address is the actual bonus question, which was, how can you make this sign up link to another page or another HTML file? And remember, we can do that through an action. So I will call action here. And what I will do is I will create, if I bring back my directory with control or command \, I'll create a new file here and we'll say thank you.html. And here it's just going to be an HTML file with one heading saying thank you. We will save that. And then the action is going to take us to that thank you.html. And the method will be get. Save that. So it looks really similar to what we showed earlier when we actually linked to the Facebook page, but instead now the action is linking to a local HTML. And make sure it's in the same directory, that we don't have to pass in the whole file path. You just pass in thank you.html. So I will save that, refresh this, and let me make sure I refresh that correctly. Hit enter. Okay, course sign up page. Let's zoom out a little bit so it's still okay. I'll put in the same information as last time, Portilla, some made up email address, made up password, over 18, credit card, sign up, and it takes us to the thank you page. Hopefully you're able to figure out that bonus as well. But what I really want you to see is now we're actually ready to almost level up to understanding how we can link pages together. And that's going to be a really big part of creating a web application, how pages link to each other, and how your whole web application is designed to interact within itself. All right, so let's just quickly review everything we just did by grabbing this guy and expanding it. So what we had to do is created that heading 1, just a paragraph. We had the form, and if you did the bonus, you wanted to select action and method to some other HTML page you had, or if you wanted to just another website. Remember, for the website, you need to pass in HTTPS, etc. Otherwise, it'll start looking in the local namespace, which means on your computer. Then we wanted to use labels. We had the input for these texts. Remember, we had to make sure they were all required. We had the first name, last name, have the placeholders, make sure they're required. This little trick for the paragraph. Don't worry if you didn't get that yet. You won't need it later on when we actually learn about CSS. So if you were having difficulty with that, don't sweat it. It's kind of a trick. Then coming up next, we had to have this email, label, password. Again, it was required. Are you over 18? Big trick here is when you're dealing with radio buttons and you want them to be linked together, make sure they have the same name. In this case, it was over and over. And assigning values to the text fields wasn't really necessary for our use case, but obviously you will have to assign values to them when we're dealing with a full web application. So keep that in mind. Then finally, we had this drop-down menu of card or PayPal, and that's the select tag with the option tag. And then we had the submit button. Okay, hope you enjoyed that assessment exercise, and you basically know enough HTML now to continue on with the rest of the course. Thanks everyone, and I will see you at the next section. Hello everyone, and welcome to the CSS Level 1 section of the course. We've now completed HTML, both sections, and it's time to move on to learning about CSS. And the CSS will have 2 sections to it, Level 1 and Level 2. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and CSS really describes how HTML elements are displayed on the page. And we're just going to take this lecture to describe what CSS is and show you some examples of its true power. So styling can affect many things such as color, font, size, borders, and many more properties of HTML. So far, we've only been able to create basic HTML documents. While they may have some content and a little bit of functionality, they've basically all looked the same. And when you're actually on the web, you want things to look nice. And usually you define styling outside of the HTML file. You create a separate CSS file and then link that to the HTML file. We're going to show later on some examples that you can actually define styling within the HTML document itself, but it's a much more common and better practice to separate your styling into a CSS file and then link it to the HTML file in the head of that HTML file document. And that's where we're going to be discussing that metadata. Okay, let's show a quick example of just how powerful CSS can be by exploring the same HTML code but with different CSS linked to it. I'm going to go to this link right here. You can find it just by Googling W3 Schools CSS, and there's actually lots of websites that show similar examples of this. So you can just Google search CSS demos and you'll find lots of websites like this. I'm going to open my browser and jump to this link. Okay, here I am at my browser, and I've come to the w3schools.com website that has CSS introduction. And you'll notice here on the left-hand panel there's actually a really nice reference to a bunch of CSS topics such as outlines, text, fonts, etc. We're going to be covering a lot of these, but throughout the course, if you feel like you need more of a reference, you can just visit w3schools.com and hit on CSS. Another website I want to mention that I like probably a little better than W3 Schools is the Mozilla Developer Network. They also have a ton of information about cascading style sheets or CSS. They have a tutorials, introduction, reference, and as you become more of a developer, as you've already learned the tools, you'll probably be using the reference more than the tutorials and introduction sections. So just keep that in mind. These are 2 really great links for you to check out in case you want to dive deeper into some of the stuff we talk about during this course. But I just want to show you the CSS introduction page, which actually has kind of a fun demo so you can see one HTML page with multiple styles. And you'll notice if you scroll down here, it says, "Welcome to my home page." And this is HTML that's linked to CSS. And you'll notice we see that we have like this green header bar, we have some different fonts, etc., a little sidebar, but we also have these links to different style sheets. And if I click on one of these links to style sheet number 2, for instance, you'll notice the website completely changes. But the fun fact to know here is that this is actually the exact same HTML code The only thing that's changing is the CSS file that it's linked to. So all the changes you see here when you hit on these style sheets is just pure CSS. None of the HTML is changing, none of the content is changing, just the CSS is changing itself. And now you can really see, let me click on style sheet 4 here, just how powerful CSS is. It can make your website look completely different using the same content. And if we click here on no style sheet, this is what we've been working with, just pure HTML. So it's the same page, just different style sheets. So this is no style sheet, and you can see as we play around with these, you can get a vastly different looking website with all these style sheets. And after these two CSS level 1 and level 2 sections, we're going to be learning about Bootstrap, which helps streamline a lot of this process and take care of a lot of the work for you. But before we hit Bootstrap, we really should understand CSS itself. That way, if we ever need to customize anything, we can do that before we just jump straight into Bootstrap. Okay, so let's continue on and start learning about the basics of CSS. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 1 of CSS Level 1. I just wanted to quickly point out, in this section of the course, the notes are divided up into parts 1 through 5, and then we have a final level 1 assessment. Each part consists of an HTML file and a CSS file. So for example, you may have something like part1.html and then part1_master.css. So those two files are meant to go together and be linked together. And you can refer to the contents of the CSS Level 1 folder for more information. Okay, let's get started with part 1, where we begin to discuss the very basics of CSS and how we can link it to an HTML file. I'm going to jump to the Atom text editor to get started. Alright, so here I have my editor open as well as my browser. I've created a new folder called CSS Level 1, and I have two files in it, part1.html and part1_master.css. And we'll be typing and coding these out. If you want the completed versions, just check the CSS Level 1 folder from the download. Alright, moving along, a quick note. It's unusual to have a digit or a number inside the name of a CSS or HTML file. I'm just leaving them there so it's clear which ones match up with the course notes and parts. But usually you wouldn't actually have a digit or number inside the name of an HTML or CSS file. So I just wanted to quickly note that. Let's start off by making a very basic HTML page, and then we'll show how we can link stuff in the CSS file to it. So right now I have part1.html open. I'll hit HTML, and I'm going to collapse the directory with just Control or Command / there. And we'll just make this called CSS Basics in the title. We'll save that. And then in the body, I'm going to have a heading. And this heading is just going to say, this is the heading. And we'll have a paragraph as well in the body. And it's going to just say, let's see a list. And then let's just create an ordered list, OL, where each item has a list item tag, LI. We'll have item 1, and let's make 2 more items in this list. Item 2, LI, hit enter there, and then item 3. Okay, let's save that, refresh our browser over here. Looks good. I can zoom in a little bit so we can see it better. Okay, so I have this is the heading, let's see a list, item 1, item 2, item 3, and let's on the bottom say a heading 4, this is heading 4. Save that, refresh, and now we see at the bottom we have heading 4. Perfect. Now we want to learn how we can actually connect styles to this HTML document. And that is where the head portion of the HTML document comes into play. What we need to do is use a special keyword tag called link. And you'll see as I begin to type it, I can hit enter, and I get a link here. And by default, it says the relationship of this link is a style sheet, and then we have href, which is going to be the actual path to this .css file. And in our case, it's called part1_master.css. And we can just use part1_master.css. If it was located somewhere else on my computer, I'd have to type in the whole file path or make a reference to the whole file path. But these two files are in the same directory, so I can just write part1_master.css. And I also want to make sure that I specify that it's a style sheet. And then I click Save here. And if I refresh, I won't notice anything different. But now my HTML document is linked to my style sheet. So let's jump to the style sheet, this .css, and get started. First, let's show you the basics. If I want to make a comment, it's just a /*, and then anything you type in between two of those, so then another */ is a comment. And just like we did with HTML, I can type some text. So we'll say some text, and then I can do Control / and it automatically makes that into a comment. So you can save yourself some time there. And that also works for multi-lines. So if I have some text on multiple lines, I can highlight all of this, do Control or Command / and it will automatically make that all into a comment. And it's always good to comment your code if you come back to it a later time. Now let's discuss the general form of CSS. The general form looks something like this. You have some sort of selected tag, then curly braces. Inside these curly braces, you're going to have some property, a colon, and then some value for that property, and a semicolon. So that's going to be the very basic format for a CSS file. I'm going to comment that out and actually show you an example of one. So let's think of a selected tag. If I look back to my HTML file, I know that I have h1 as a possible tag. So let's grab that tag by typing in h1. I put in curly brackets, and I can zoom in here a little bit so it's a little clearer. And then I want a property of h1. And one of the first properties we're going to be working with is the color property. And you can see here that as I begin to type stuff in the CSS file, Atom Text Editor is actually trying to help me out. Like, oh, do you want color? Do you want columns, column count, etc.? So we just want color, so I can actually hit enter there, and it will begin helping me out here with this. So I want color, and then I can state the actual color I want. In this case, I want the color to be blue, and then a semicolon. And you notice what happened as I was typing the color itself, for instance purple, it doesn't turn yellow, that syntax highlighting, until it's a color that works. Now, there are actually a lot of colors that CSS already knows just by their name, things such as basic colors like red, green, black, orange, purple, etc. Later on, we're going to learn how to actually pass in color codes, but for right now, we're going to keep things really simple and just make this blue. So let's save this and see what happens when we refresh our page. And now you notice that this is the heading. Anything with the h1 tag now has the color blue. And that's the very basic idea of how CSS works. So you just have whatever tag you want to affect in the HTML, the property of that HTML, and then what you want to change that property to. There are a ton of properties you can edit using CSS connected to your HTML file. One of the most basic ones that we've covered already is color, and we're going to show you right now in this lecture various ways to change the color using not just keywords but also codes such as an RGB code, an RGBA code, and a hex code. And we'll discuss what those are in just a little bit. But don't worry too much right now about having to memorize all the various properties that are available to you. As we go through CSS level 1 and CSS level 2, you're going to begin to naturally understand what properties you want to affect using CSS. For this lecture, all I want you to get out of it is the general format of CSS, which is the tag name, the curly braces, and then the property and what you want the property value to be, and how to link CSS to the HTML file and the different ways to change color. So we've already learned how to link the HTML file. Remember, that was just this link tag. We've already learned the basic method of CSS, which is this tag, curly braces, and then property value. So let's continue to explore the different ways we can affect color. So far we learned that there are certain keywords, very common colors are available for us. So if I make this red, save this, refresh on my page, now this is the heading is red. So let's explore some more of this. I'm going to put another tag in, li, so that's going to affect all elements with the tag li. Remember, that's item 1, item 2, and item 3. Let's call color, and let's make these green. Save it, refresh over here, and now I can see that item 1, item 2, and item 3 are green. But there are other ways to do colors. You don't just have to use color names because maybe you want your own custom color, a certain shade of blue, a certain shade of red, etc. You can do RGB codes. Let's explore a little bit more about what RGB codes look like. If I take my browser and expand it, and I go to Google, then here in Google, I can search for RGB, hit enter, and I get this RGB color model. And then I can also do RGB picker, and notice that Some of the top links are colorpicker.com, W3 Schools, RGB color codes charts. Any of these will work just fine. We can click on colorpicker.com. And basically here we have what's known as a color picker. So if I zoom in a bit, you may be familiar with something that looks like this. Remember, we actually saw our own color picker back when we were working with HTML. But here you just select whatever color you want based off what looks good to you visually, and you can get the actual RGB code. And you can also get hex codes, which we're going to talk about in just a little bit. But if you notice, if we go back to Google and just search for color picker, then Google itself will actually show you the values here. So I like using Google's own color picker. So just Google searching for color picker actually brings RGB and this hex code for you, which we're going to discuss in just a little bit. But let's say I wanted a specific shade of green. I saw the basic green we had, but let's say I want kind of a more forest green, a little darker. So I come down here, I pick the color I like, and I note these color numbers right here. This basically is a representation of how much red is in the color, how much green is in the color, and how much blue is in the color. And that's why it's called RGB. So I can come back here, and in this RGB, I will input those numbers. So it was 8, jumping back here, 84, and 1. So 8, 84, and 1. And notice once it's complete, everything is now the same teal color as far as syntax highlighting. So I will save this, come back here, and refresh. And it might not be too noticeable on your screen, but I can see that this is a nice darker green. And just to make it really obvious, we'll come and choose a brighter color. So let's go from dark green to maybe some bright orange. So come back to color picker, play around with this, maybe choose this really bright orange over here. That's 255970. I'll copy that, paste it in here. 255 red, 97 green, 0 blue. I will save my CSS file to save those changes, refresh, and now I can see the list items have definitely changed. Item 1, item 2, item 3. All right, let's explore 2 more methods of changing color. So I will grab this, let's see a list, which is, remember, just a paragraph. So I say P, curly braces, call the color property, and now I want to show you how to use hex codes. And hex codes are basically just another way of displaying the color in an actual code value. So let's make it into kind of a nice blue. Hopefully these are showing up well on your screen. So I like this shade of blue. I copy and paste this hex code and make sure it has this hashtag symbol in front of it. Paste it in here, and then a semicolon to save this. And then I will come back here to CSS Basics, refresh, and now I see that the paragraph, or anything with a paragraph tag, has been changed to have a blue color, that specific blue that I chose. So that's just another way of coding out a color. You have RGB, red, green, blue, and you also have hex codes. Finally, I want to show you one last way, and we'll do it for heading 4. And it's really similar to RGB, except it's RGBA. And the difference between RGB, which is red, green, blue, and RGBA, which looks like this color, RGBA, and then it's going to have 4 inputs, is that RGB is just red, green, blue. RGBA is red, green, blue, and a term called alpha. And if you've done any sort of data visualization before, you'll be familiar with alpha, where the alpha parameter is a number between 0 and 1, where 0 stands for fully transparent and 1 stands for fully opaque. So you can think of that second, or that last A value, that alpha value, as just clarifying how dark or how transparent this color is. So let's come back up here, choose these values, these same values, and then input, let's say 0.5 for our color. So we'll save that, come back to heading 4, refresh. So we can see here at 0.5, the orange is a little lighter. If I go all the way to 1, and I save this, refresh here, then I can see that I have basically the darkest possible version of this RGB. It's fully opaque, and that should match up with the normal RGB. So RGBA, with A or alpha being 1, is the exact same thing as RGB. And now if I make this 0 and save, refresh, then I can see that it's fully transparent. So when I highlight it, I can see it, but with 0, it's fully transparent. So again, RGBA, really similar to RGB, except A, This last term just defines how transparent it is, with 0 being fully transparent and 1 being fully opaque. Okay, so that's it as far as this part 1. What we've learned so far is how to connect CSS to HTML, the general format for a CSS selected tag property value mechanism, and then how we can affect colors. Throughout the course, probably the most common color method we're going to be using are hex codes, and that's probably what you see most commonly these days. You also see RGB quite a lot, RGBA. It's not very common unless you're doing a very quick website to just directly call a letter name colors like red, purple, green, etc. But for really quick jobs, you may want to do that just because it's much easier, but usually you see hex codes. Okay, thanks everyone, and if you have any questions, feel free to post them to the Q&A forums. I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to Part 2 of CSS Level 1. In Part 2, we're going to begin to discuss backgrounds and borders. We will also show you how to utilize the div and span tags that we mentioned during the HTML sections of the course, but weren't actually able to really use. Let's get started by jumping to the editor and our CSS files. Alright, so here I have my browser open as well as my editor. I have an HTML file, I've called it part2.html, and I've used this link with the style sheet to reference another CSS file called part2_master.css. And you can really name these whatever you want, just make sure that your link is correct. To get started, let's create a little bit of content in this HTML file. I'm going to say, this is a paragraph, and we'll also mention it's outside any divs. So outside any div container. And then I'm actually going to create a div. And a div allows us to essentially create a container. And you'll notice that as I autocomplete this, I get this class pop up. Don't worry about that for now. We're going to learn about class in a future lecture in CSS. For now, just leave it as the basic div opening and closing tags. And I'm going to make 3 paragraph tags inside of this. First one will say, I'm inside the div. Second one will say, I'm also inside the div. And then the third one is going to say this, inside div, and then we'll use the span tag that we've learned about, and then we'll say inside span. And save that. Let's refresh, make sure everything's working. And we see here, this is a paragraph outside any div. I'm inside the div, inside the div, inside div, and then inside span in all caps. Perfect. So now we have all the content. It's time to play with our CSS file to see how we can affect that content. And I'm a little zoomed in here, so yours probably won't be as large in your browser as mine is, but this is just so you can view it. First thing I want to discuss is affecting the entire body of the HTML. So you'll notice all our HTML content is inside these 2 body tags. Everything else is just metadata. So all the actual HTML content is within these 2 body tags, which means if I want to affect everything, essentially, in that HTML, I can call the body tag. So that's my selected tag, and then I can affect the property. For instance, one property I can affect is the background. And you'll notice that Atom Text Editor will try to help you out with a bunch of prompts here. Background color, background position, repeat, etc. Let's keep it basic and just do the background color. And I will just type in a color here. Let's type in gray as our background color. Going to save this and refresh this page, and now I notice that the entire background for everything in the body, which is essentially all the HTML content, is gray. Perfect. Now, let's explore the div. And remember, the div allows us to essentially make these containers. So div, I'll specify the background color for the div to be something like blue. Semicolon, save it, and refresh here. And now, everything that was inside the div, these 3 lines, including that inside span, are now have a background of blue. And something to also note here, for colors, for very basic colors, it doesn't matter whether you say background-color or if you just say background. Either one of these will work. So if I save this and change this to, let's say, something like red, which is going to be really bright and annoying, so I wouldn't suggest that you do that, but there it is. I'm inside div, and also inside div, etc. Background essentially works the same way as background color when it comes to just very basic coloring. Now let's explore how to do borders. So borders are going to require 3 elements to it. Basically the border color, the border width, and then the border style. So for instance, if I make a border for the div, and I say the border, let's say the border color is going to be blue. So the border color is blue. If I click refresh here, I'm not going to see anything. And that's because I haven't defined the border width and the border style. So I need to define those two first. Otherwise, CSS doesn't really know how thick of a border I want be around this div. So we'll say border width. And notice that we can actually specify left, right, top, image, bottom, etc. We're going to keep things basic for now and just specify the border width. And if I hit enter, add-on text editor, always here to help. Also says, do you want a thin border, a medium border, or a thick border? So we'll say thick for now. And then we'll also say border style. And the border style we'll do is something like let's just say dotted. So let's save this, refresh. And now you can see I have a dotted blue border around this div. Now you may be also wondering, well, what's the difference between thick and thin? So if I replace this with thin, save that and refresh, then I see, if you can't really see here, but if you do this on your own computer, you'll see extremely thin pixels here of the border. Usually, however, you don't want thin or thick, you want to specify your own thickness. And you can do that by specifying the pixels. So I can say something like 10 px, and that will tell me that I want the border width to be 10 pixels. So if I refresh this, then I can see 10 pixels here. And later on, we'll also see how to specify pixel widths in relevance or in relationship to other elements. So you don't have to have an absolute pixel. So now let's make this super thick. So I'll make this 100, refresh this, and I can see I have a really super thick, so only 4 were able to show up. Let's make this much thinner, something like 5. Save this, refresh, and here we have at 5 pixels. We can do 2 pixels, save and refresh, and you get the idea. All right, so that was background, background color, and then the 3 elements you need for border: the style, the width, and the color. And it's a lot of fun to play around with the styles, especially since the add-on text editor is really going to help you choose styles. So you can also do things such as a double, refresh. You can see this kind of double border. Almost looks like a painting. Okay, so that was how we can affect things inside the div. Now, let's show you how we can affect text color. So if I say something like paragraph, call the color, and make everything inside of this something like green, then that will affect all the paragraphs, regardless of where they are. Let me make this into a clearer color. Let's say something like yellow, and let's make this background blue, and make this border color orange. That way things are hopefully more clear for you to see. All right, so what I've done here is I've changed the colors of the div background and border, but I also said all paragraph elements have the color yellow. And notice that when I say all paragraph elements, it doesn't matter whether they're inside the div or outside the div. When I call something like this, it specifically requests all paragraph elements regardless of where they are. Later on, we'll show you how to select elements that are inside of divs and also a specific element type. So maybe you only want to affect headings inside of a div or heading 4s inside of a specific div. Then lastly, I want to show you the span tag. And the span allows us to grab anything within that span. So remember, it was these 2 words, inside span. So I will call background here and say something like red. And let's give it a color of black. So now if I save this and refresh over here, I can see inside span is now background red, color black. All right, so what have we learned so far? We've learned the body, div, p, and span tags. Hopefully now you realize that you can basically call any HTML tag and start affecting its properties. The properties we learned about so far are the background, border, and color properties. Lastly, I want to show you another case of background where you can actually set the background to be an image. So let me grab an image. You can do this just by going to Google Images and then looking up whatever image you want. So let's say I want a picture of a beach. I can look up this. I click here on this image, then I click View Image, and it takes me to this link right here. So let me copy that full path. And for background, I'm going to say not gray, but I'll actually call a special keyword URL and pass in that entire URL. So that's linking the background to this image. So now I will save this, and back under CSS Basics, I will refresh, and we can see here we get the, if I expand this, we get that whole beach image as the background for the body. If we want it, we don't need to have it zoomed in like this. We can specify various properties of this background image. Things, for instance, such as background repeat or background no repeat, etc. So we can actually specify how many times we want it to repeat. In our case, the background image is so large that it's not going to make much of a difference because I'm zoomed in. But if I zoom out here, we can begin to see that I have this background image. I'm zoomed out right now, and I see that entire beach. So if I want the background to repeat multiple times, then under repeat, background repeat, I can say repeat. Save that, refresh this page, and I can see now the background is being repeated. All right, so far we have these kind of funky, really 90s looking HTML sites. Later on, we're going to see how we can make these into much nicer, but right now the point is to really understand how CSS works. Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to post them to the Q&A forums. I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 3 of CSS Level 1. A major part of what we've seen so far has revolved around the idea of CSS selectors, where selectors in general are used to target HTML elements that we want to style. So far, we've only approached the idea of selecting HTML elements by their tag, so grab all paragraph tags or grab all list tags. But what if we only want to select subsets or select a single element? That is where we can use selectors to clarify exactly what elements we want in the HTML. We can use IDs to target single elements, and we can use classes to target groups of elements. And then we can also use a wide variety of combinations of selector tags to target certain combinations of elements, things such as descendants or adjacent siblings. And we're going to talk a lot more about that. So let's jump right in to show how this all works. Alright, so here I have an HTML called part3.html, and it's linked to part3_master.css. And in the body of this HTML, I'm going to add some content. I'll add a heading 3 that says, I'm a h3 heading, and then I'm going to add some divs. And now when it says class, remember it auto-completes class, I'm going to actually add some classes to this. So we'll call this first div class. And we'll put a paragraph in here that says, I'm inside the first div class. That way we can see what's going on when we actually begin to style these. Then I will add another division container, and we'll call this second div. And in a paragraph, we'll write, I'm inside the second div class. And then we'll add a little bit more. I'm going to add a paragraph, and with this paragraph, we're going to add an ID to it. So we'll add an ID, and we're going to set it equal to singled out. And in this paragraph, we'll say IDs must be unique. Then we're going to make another heading 3 that says, here's a list. And you can also just copy and paste this from the part3.html if you don't want to type it all out yourself. And we'll have an unordered list. Li will say something like confirm. You can write whatever really text you want in here. And then Li will say something like feedback, question mark. And inside of these list elements, we're also going to add inputs. So this first input is going to just be a checkbox input. And the second input is going to be a text. So a checkbox, really similar to a radio button that we've seen earlier, except in our case, it's actually just a checkbox that you've probably seen before online. And then another list, we're going to drop an anchor tag here, and we'll give an href to a website. This website will be my website, pyreandata.com, and we'll say Pyre and Data. I know this is a lot of content, so feel free to pause or just copy and paste from the notes, and then we'll put another anchor tag here that has an href of some other website. Let's just say npr.org, or you can put any news website you want here, or really any website. We'll say that's NPR. All right, lots of stuff here, so let's break it down real quick. Let's refresh this to make sure everything's linked. Expand it a bit. All right, so right now I have this h3 heading, something that's inside the first div class, something that's inside the second div class. Let me make sure I spelled that correctly. Refresh this. And then IDs must be unique. There's our ID. We have here is a list, confirm with a checkbox on it that we can click on and off. Feedback with some text input here. Then 2 links here, priority data and NPR. All right, we have all of this. So now let's jump to CSS and actually talk about how we can link to this. So notice here I have classes and then my IDs. So if I come to my CSS and I say something like div, and I specify the color of all divs to be red, and then I come back here and I refresh this, no matter where the div is, no matter what class it is, as long as it has the tag div, it's going to be the color red. So first div becomes red, second div becomes red. Normally, however, you don't want to affect every single tag that has div. You want to select subsets. In that case, we can use these classes that we assigned. So I can select first div or second div instead of selecting everything that's inside any div. And that's the key to using classes. Now what you can't do with a class is just say first div and then color something blue. Otherwise, if I refresh this, notice no change occurs. When you're dealing with a class, you tell CSS that it's a class through a dot. So classes always start with a dot or a period. So now if I save this, refresh over here, I can see that I'm inside the first div class has now become blue. And likewise, I can grab the second div and color that red. Refresh this, and I can see now inside the first div class, inside the second div class are their own individual colors. So this is a very common tool to use. And this is where we're getting into the idea of selectors. So for classes, they always start with this dot or this period. Okay, now we noticed that we also had an ID. And for IDs, you want an ID to be unique. It just is attached to a single element, versus classes can be attached to multiple elements. So for an ID, it's usually just a single element. Classes can be across multiple divisions, multiple containers, multiple paragraphs, etc. Classes use a hashtag. So shift number 3, there's a hashtag there, and then we put in the name of the class, which in our case was singled out. And we can see that also the syntax highlighting tells you, oh, you're dealing with a class here. So let me double check that it's singled out. There it is. And let's change this something to color, let's say green. And let's also give it something called a text decoration. So text decoration, I'm just going to kind of throw this in. These are things such as overlines, underlines, or like a strike through, a line through. So we'll give that a line through. Save it. Let's refresh. We can see here we see IDs must be unique is now the color green, and it also has a line through. So they were kind of just throwing in a little 2-in-1, both how to use IDs and the fact that you can use text decorations as another property. And you can always use the CSS references in the notes for various properties if you're looking for them. Another common thing, actually not common, sorry, is the asterisk. The asterisk is a selector for selecting every element on the page. So if I say color every element, and then let's say black, I save this and refresh, it's going to color everything black, and it's going to override certain things. It won't override IDs, but you can see here that it's overriding these class calls. This asterisk call tries to override as much as it can over all the elements. A quick note though, this is actually very uncommon. You usually don't want to just call everything like this. Maybe if you want something like a background, but it's usually pretty uncommon to just call an asterisk there. Although I do want you to be aware that you can use an asterisk to select all the elements in the HTML. However, they'll be overridden if they have a particular ID. All right, finally, I want to discuss a few different types of selectors. You can check out the links in the actual CSS file if you're interested in more of these, and I have the link open here in another tab. But basically, here is a CSS selector reference. And you can actually call elements on many types of selectors. So there's a huge list here of the various types of selectors. And I want to show you a few examples of the more common ones. So far we've seen things like class, like dot class, hashtag ID, asterisk to select all the elements, and then certain elements like just calling the element tag. Alright, so let's show an example of one of those CSS selectors known as adjacent siblings, and that has to do with elements that are next to each other. Let's imagine that I wanted to select all unordered list items that are next to an H3, a heading 3. I would do this. I'd say heading 3, and then I use the plus operator. Unordered list, curly braces, and then whatever property I wanted. So let's give them a border, and we can do border, border style, and border thickness all in one line. So instead of saying, like we've done before, border color, and then border width, and then border style, I can actually just call border by itself, pass in a thickness, so let's give it 4 pixels, then give it a style, let's say it's the dotted style, and then give it a color, let's give it purple. And that's kind of a quicker, nicer way to create borders. So we'll save this, refresh our page here, and now I can see that any unordered list that is next to an H3 now has this border. So that's known as adjacent siblings. And you can always reference here on the links in the CSS file for the notes the various different types of CSS selectors. So in our case, this plus basically says select all unordered list elements that are placed immediately after an H3. Okay, there are 2 more CSS selectors that I want to cover for this lecture, and one of them is known as descendants, and the other one is for attributes. So for descendants, it basically looks like this. If we want to grab all anchor tags that are inside a list, you just put a space between them. So all anchor tags inside of a list, and then we can affect them. So let's give them a color. Let's say something like red, semicolon there, refresh our page, and we can see now that any anchor tag that's inside a list now has the color red. And then the last one I want to show you is how to actually affect attributes. So let's say we want to go further than this and actually grab any anchor tag inside of a list with a particular href, an actual link. Then I can use square brackets for this and say href here equal to www. Let's go with the last one, which was npr.org, or whatever website you happen to put in there. We'll give it a color. Let's just give it the color something like blue, and let's give it a border. So let's practice using that border again. Remember, you just give it a thickness, such as 5 pixels. The style, let's give it the style solid, and then some color. Let's give it orange. Save this, refresh our page, and we can see now we've selected any anchor tag with this particular href inside of a list and change its color and its border. Alright, so that's really all there is for these particular CSS selectors. Throughout the course, the most common ones we're going to be dealing with are really class selectors and ID selectors. While we will show various things such as adjacent siblings or descendants, attributes, etc., these throughout our course are going to be less commonly used just because we won't be really focusing on those type of minute details while we're learning. We will really more focus on classes and IDs. So make sure you really know these 2 types, dot for classes, hashtag for IDs. Okay, and if you ever want to reference the various other types of CSS selectors, just open up the CSS file and it has links to these CSS reference selector pages. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 4 of CSS Level 1. We won't actually be doing any coding for this lecture. Instead, we will just be getting a tour of the Google Chrome Browser Inspector, which is a really useful tool for us to actually explore the HTML, CSS, and even later on JavaScript on a website. So go ahead and open up Google Chrome and let's start exploring. Okay, so here I am at Google Chrome, and I have the part3.html file from last time, which is linked to the part3 CSS, open up in my browser, and then in another tab I have the Google Home website. What I want you to do is with the part3.html file open, you can right click, and previously we've seen how we can just view page source, and that shows us just the HTML that's linked to this document. But what I want to do now is instead of just viewing the page source, which is just the HTML, I can right click on this and click on Inspect. And now let me zoom in a little bit. I can see that here on this panel, I have the HTML code. So that's what we've seen before, and stuff gets highlighted as I select it. So as I select H3, I can see that H3 over here is highlighted. And you can also see that there's almost like a bit of a border around it. Some parts blue, some parts orange. We're going to be discussing that later on. But what I really want to focus on here is the styles, since we're talking about CSS. So we can bring this tab over, and here I can actually see the styles that I was assigning to that CSS. So second div is a class where the color is red. And what's really cool about this is you can actually click on some of these things and edit them. So if you begin to zoom out so we can see the whole thing, click on color red, and you can actually change this color in real time. So if you want it to be blue, you can see right here on the second div, it's actually changing. So we can make it something extreme, and we can just make it any color of the rainbow we want. Great. And other things we can do is select an element to inspect it. So for instance, here on NPR, we can see now that it's an LI, A, and we can see that border and color. So again, we can change the color, or we can even change other properties in real time. So if I want to make this border super thick, you can see that I'm changing it in real time as I type this. Or if I want to make it dotted instead of solid, I can do that as well. All right, so there's two reasons why I want to show you this. One reason is that if you're working on a website, you can immediately just load it up, start inspecting it, and quickly change things on the fly so you can see how things look and change them immediately without having to constantly refresh your website. You can just play around with the colors here live instead of constantly refreshing. But the more useful tool on this is actually exploring other websites. So for example, you come here to this Google homepage, and if you're interested in how something works or what font is going on, maybe you right-click, inspect, and you can click on this little tool, which is select an element in the page to inspect it. So we click here on the Google search button, and now we can see the various styles that have to do with it. So you can see it has a color. We can change that color if we want. So we see here we're changing the font of the actual Google search. Maybe we change to something green or blue, etc. Something to note here is the only thing I'm changing is what I'm seeing in my browser. If I refresh this page, I'm not actually changing any of the files or any of the CSS files. But again, you can play around with this, maybe make the font huge, so Google search, etc. And as we approach JavaScript and learn how to work with the DOM, which we haven't talked about yet, but we will in the future, we'll see how we can actually use JavaScript to grab some of these elements and then affect them. But right now, I just want you to be aware of the Chrome Browser Inspector as a really great tool for you, not just to explore your own websites, but other people's websites as well. Okay, that's really it for this lecture. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture where we'll hop back into CSS and start coding again. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 5 of CSS Level 1. In this lecture, we'll briefly cover a CSS topic known as specificity. Specificity defines the hierarchy of CSS styling and what type of tags overrule others. We've actually already briefly seen this when we were using the asterisk tag, and we saw how even though we use the asterisk tag in an attempt to cover all the tags in an HTML document, tags that had an ID call on them were able to maintain their styling. We're going to cover the hierarchy of this in this lecture. Let's get started by jumping straight to the Atom text editor. Alright, here I have the Part 5 HTML document open, and I have a heading for specificity, but what I'm going to do is add in an unordered list, and each list item is going to have a particular tag with it. So this first list item is going to belong to a class, and we'll call this class top items. And we'll give it the name, or we'll call it just first. And then the second list is going to say an ID. And that ID will be 2, but it will also belong to the class top items. We'll say it's the second. And then finally, we'll have third, and then another list item called fourth. So let's save that, refresh over here, zoom in a bit, and we see we have the first, second, third, and fourth item in this list. The first one has only the class, the second one has an ID and a class, and then the last two, third and fourth, are just normal list items. Let's see what happens as we begin to add in styling. Let's say we just style everything that has li to it, and we say, okay, the color of all list items are going to be red. If I refresh this page, all list items become red. But now, let's say I also grab the top items class. So remember, with a class, we have to use that period or dot. And I call color here. And I color it blue. What do we think is going to happen here? Well, if I refresh, I notice now anything with the class top items has become blue. So top items is higher in the hierarchy than a general tag call. And that kind of makes sense. You would want general tag calls to happen after you have a class. And then further up the hierarchy, on top of a class, is an actual ID. And remember, we do IDs with a hashtag. So right now I have the ID of 2. And I'm going to specify this to have a border. And we'll give it a 3-pixel border that's solid black. Save this, refresh this page, and now I can see that on top of not just the normal tag or the class tag, ID has superseded that. Just as a general note, throughout this course, we actually won't deal with the issue of specificity too often because we're going to be using more formatted CSS, focusing on other things, or just using Bootstrap. We won't run into this issue too often, but it's something you should be aware of in case you find yourself one day working with CSS and you're unsure why some effects aren't taking place. Maybe you're accidentally overriding something due to its specificity. In the part5_master.css file that comes with the download for this course, you'll notice that there are 2 links, and I'm going to expand this right now and talk about them. The first link is the Mozilla Developer Network page on specificity. It talks about the concept. It actually talks about how it's calculated, where specificity is actually a weight that's applied to a given CSS declaration, and it talks a little more about it. Another one the other link is here, it's called Design Shack, and it just talks about what the heck is CSS specificity. And I actually like this link a lot because it just talks about tags versus tags. So what wins in class versus class, what wins in ID versus class, what wins in a pseudo class versus a pseudo element, etc., and the different levels of specificity. Again, not something that we're going to be running into a whole lot throughout this course, but it is something you should be aware of. Okay, that's really all that I wanted to talk about for this lecture, just the fact that specificity exists, and probably the main ones you're going to be running into is ID superseding class, superseding a general tag call. Okay, thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture where we begin explaining your assessment for this section of the course. Hello everyone, and welcome to the CSS Level 1 assessment. For this assessment, you will be given an HTML file that's actually already filled out with content. It will be your task to edit an additional CSS file to make the HTML look like the solution CSS version. So there's going to be 3 files you need to actually complete this. You're going to need to grab from the CSS Level 1 folder these 3 files right here. The Level 1 Assessment CSS, Level 1 Assessment HTML, and then the Test Solution CSS file. Let's explore the assessment and explain how these 3 files are going to work. Alright, so here I have my editor open as well as my browser, and I've downloaded the 3 files I need. The assessment.css file, the assessment HTML file, and then the solutions.css file. So if I open up those files and take a look at first the HTML file, so CSS Level 1 assessment.html, this is basically the HTML file that we're going to be working with CSS. So for this test, you're actually not going to be editing any HTML, but instead you're going to be editing a CSS file that's linked to this HTML. So what we can do right now is just comment out with Control or Command / any link to the CSS, refresh this assessment test, and this is what it looks like at first. It says, welcome to the free blog. Thanks so much for visiting the site. What is this site for, etc. And you see there's a link here that takes you to Google. We can expand this text area. Please log in to save your post, etc. Questions or comments, send feedback here. All right, so we see we have a very basic HTML site. If we undo the link to the solutions.css and then refresh this, we can see that there's a ton of styling here. So we've given stuff borders, stuff background, changed the font color, changed some borders down here, etc. So this website is not meant to look better. In fact, I would say it looks worse than it did without the CSS, but it's meant for you to practice various aspects of CSS that we learned in level 1. So what you will end up doing is once you've opened up this HTML file, you're going to change the reference apart from the solutions back to your assessment. So you say CSS level 1 test or level 1, and you will then make sure it matches the CSS file you're going to be filling out, which is CSS level 1 assessment. Save that, refresh this, and right now it's blank. So now if we go to this file, CSS level 1 assessment.css, we click on it, and we notice here that we actually have a bunch of comments in it. And basically for this test, what you're going to be doing is just doing the tasks here. So for instance, it says give the body element of the site a light blue background using a hex code. So remember, just to do this first task to kind of walk you through what the assessment will be like, you'll follow along. So it says give the body element. Okay, so I know I want to grab the body and give it a light blue background. So I'll say something like background color, and if I wanted it to be dark blue or just a normal blue, I would say something like this, blue. If I refresh this now, everything is blue. But what you'll have to do when you start this task is use a hex code to do this. So it wants to be a light blue background color using a hex code. And don't worry about any particular shade of light blue. It's really up to you. And then you have task 2, change H1 to have a 1 pixel solid black border, etc. So you can see here, you're going to be editing this CSS little by little until it essentially matches what looks like the solutions. Okay, and at the very end, there's a bonus challenge, and there's a link to Google here that will say a little hint to the challenge, but don't worry about it too much. Basically, just complete tasks 1 through 9. And in the next lecture, we're actually going to be coding through the solution. So again, you're just working with the CSS file here that's connected to the assessment. And if you ever need a refresher on what the final product essentially looks like, reconnect this HTML file to the solutions. What I don't want you to do is just immediately open this solution CSS file. Don't do that until you've given your best shot to the assessment test. All right. Thanks everyone, and I will see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to the CSS Level 1 Assessment Solutions lecture. In this lecture, we'll just be coding out through the solutions for the CSS Level 1 assessment. Let's get started. Okay, so here I am at my editor, and what I'm going to do is just zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm typing. But the first task was to give the body element of the site a light blue background using some sort of hex code. So I showed this a little bit in the last lecture, but you would call body and then background color, and you would use color picker to actually grab some sort of hex code. So if you come over here to Google, clicking open this new tab, I have color picker open, and color picker will just give you some sort of hex color. So really any light blue color is fine. Didn't even really have to be light blue. I just want to make sure you had the ability to set the background color. So if I refresh this now, I see I have a light blue background color. Great. So now task number 2, change the H1 to have a 1 pixel solid black border. So we'll grab the heading 1 tag, I'll call border, and then we'll give it a 1 pixel solid black border. Save that, hit refresh over here, and now I can see welcome to my free blog has that border. Okay, task number 3, make all H2 elements the color purple. So what I'm going to do is just simply grab H2 and set the color to purple. Pretty straightforward so far. So now I can see all H2 elements, what is the site for, log into your save, etc. Now task 4. Task 4 is make all input boxes have a 2px solid dark red border. It also mentions to use RGB for this. So let's do that. I'm going to say input, call border, and then say 2px solid, and instead of a color here, I'm going to call an RGB code, and it didn't really matter exactly what color you used, but 14400 is what I used for my solid dark. If I refresh this, I can see now on these inputs, I have this solid dark border. Task number 5 was to give a light yellow background to all paragraph elements inside of a div element and use hex for the color. So remember, we wanted to do something that has to do a little bit with inside an element. So you had to call div space p. And that's going to call all p elements inside of a div. And then we want to call the background to be hashtag and then some sort of hex code. So in this case, I found this hex code. You don't have to match my hex code exactly, but if we refresh this, we can see now we've affected any p that's inside of a div. Great. So task number 6. So there is a text area element with the ID text block, and I want you to give it the following properties: a 5-pixel solid gray border, and a width of 800 px and a height of 400 px. So I know we didn't actually go over width and height specifically, but hopefully now you're able to either use Google or use Adam's help that's built into the text editor to actually kind of answer these questions for yourself. So we will say hashtag text block, and you can see already it's starting to help us here. So hashtag text block, I'll grab the border, I'll set it to a 5-pixel solid gray border. And then for width, if I start typing W, you'll see that it actually helps me out here. I want the width to be 800 pixels, and I want the height to be 400 pixels. So like I mentioned, there's a ton of properties here, and all you have to do is really just either search for what width and height is, or use Atom Text Editor to help you out there. If you're still having trouble actually discovering these on your own, don't worry, that's what this solutions video is for. All right. Task number 7, let's just refresh, make sure that actually took effect. Okay, there it is. So task number 7, there's a link to Google on the page. Make this link red. So if we know there's a link, then we know it must be an anchor tag. And if we look at this website, there's actually only one link here that says take you to Google. So what I can do is just call all anchor tags and then make the color red. So now if I refresh this, I'll notice here, take you to Google is now in red. All right, task number 8 is to make elements with the ID item1 have an overline text decoration and be the color purple. We talked about text decoration in this section. We didn't show overline, but we did show how to create a single text decoration. So first off, we want an ID, which means I need to call item1. Again, Adam helping us out there. And the text decoration I wanted was an overline. And the other thing I wanted was to make the color purple. So we will make that color purple. Save this, refresh over here, and I can see line right here, number 1, taken text input, has an overline on it. Task number 9, the last one before the bonus, was make the elements with the class label exit have a background of blue and a 4-pixel dashed yellow border. So for classes, remember, that's a dot. So I say dot or period. And then I want the background color to be blue. And then I want the border to be a 4-pixel dashed yellow border. So I'm going to save this, save that, refresh over here, and I can see down here, no, even though it looks very ugly, we now have a background color of blue and a dashed border of yellow. And then finally, the bonus challenge is there's a link to Google on the page in the list, and you figure out how to change the color if you click on the link. And what you had to do was Google this term, CSS visited, and if you were able to discover through your Googling skills, all you had to do was call anchor tag : and then visited. And you can see here that Atom Text Editor is actually helping us out. So it matches links that have been visited, and then we will call the color blue. So we'll save that, refresh this page to see our changes, and we can see since I've actually already visited Google before, take you to Google is now colored blue instead of just red. All right, so hopefully you were able to get the majority of those. Don't worry if you weren't able to get the task 10, and also don't worry too much if you had trouble with coming back up here, width and height. Hopefully you're able to figure those out, but again, I know that was new for you, so don't sweat it too much if you weren't able to get those on your first try. If you have any questions, feel free to post to the Q&A forums. But that's it for CSS Level 1. Thanks everybody, and I'll see you at the next section, CSS Level 2. Hello everyone, and welcome to CSS Level 2. In this section of the course, we're going to continue to expand our knowledge of CSS by learning about fonts and the box model. This will be a shorter section, but at the end we're going to have a project for you that actually covers and reviews the ideas from CSS Level 1 and CSS Level 2. Let's get started. I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to Part 1 of CSS Level 2. In this lecture, we're going to be learning about font properties of CSS, such as size, weight, text alignment, etc. And then we're also going to learn how to download and change fonts. When dealing with fonts, we have to keep in mind that not every OS has every font. And if you've used both a Windows computer and a Mac computer or a Linux computer often, you'll notice that when you're actually trying to use a file that was created on Windows, on a Mac, or vice versa, sometimes the fonts have to change. And what we're going to be doing is exploring that relationship, because sometimes we may need to actually provide the font for our website because the default font isn't available on a certain OS. Because of this, we're going to be exploring a few links. The first set of links is about OS support for certain fonts, so that's operating system support, so what fonts does Windows support, what fonts do Mac support, etc. And then the second set of links is actually going to cover how to download fonts. We'll be exploring two websites, a Google Fonts site and another site, to show you how you can download your own fonts from the internet or connect them using what's known as a CDN. Let's go ahead and start off just by showing some basic font properties with CSS in the editor, and then we'll hop over to the browser and check out how we can actually download fonts and check OS support for certain fonts. I'm going to hop to the editor now. Okay, so here I am at my editor, and I have two files open, a part1 fonts.css file and a part1 fonts.html file. And if you're looking for the completed version of these files, you can always check them out under the CSS Level 2 folder. Right now I have them blank, and we'll be coding through for this lecture. Let me collapse that directory. And you'll notice I also have my browser open and it's linked to my HTML file. What I first want to do is make some basic HTML. Hopefully by now you can actually do this quite quickly using Atom's built-in help. What I will do is add in a heading 1 here, H1, and we'll say this is something like heading 1, and then I'm going to add two paragraphs to this. First paragraph is just going to be lorem ipsum. Remember, that's that essentially filler Latin text, and luckily I can just begin to type LO, hit enter, and it automatically fills that in for me. And I will add in one more paragraph, but this paragraph is going to have an ID, so I can individually target it in the CSS file. We'll say ID is equal to 2, and then lorem ipsum. We'll save that, and let's refresh over here to make sure that's working. Great, we have heading 1, lorem ipsum, and then what I want to make sure I do is link my CSS file to my HTML file. Remember, that always happens in the head, so I will say link, and I can begin to type in link, hit enter here. The relationship is a style sheet, and the H reference is going to be whatever I call that style sheet. So in my case, it's called part1 underscore fonts. And as I mentioned previously in another lecture, it's a little unusual to have this sort of naming convention, especially with a digit inside the CSS file, but this is just so it matches up with the lecture notes. Okay. So everything looks good here. Let's explore some of the basics of fonts with CSS. So let's imagine that I actually want to change the font. Right now, it looks like it's in Times New Roman. That's essentially the default. If I want to change it to another font, maybe something like Arial, I can start typing font family. And that's going to allow me to then pass in a property of a different font. So we can see that there are some defaults here. These are very basic, so let's show you one of the defaults there. If I just say cursive, save this, and then refresh over here, I can see now I have some default cursive. It looks pretty ugly, but I can also pass in as a string, and that means that I'm wrapping it in either double quotes or single quotes, a font name that I'm familiar with. Maybe you've worked with a text editor before. Hopefully you're familiar with some font called Arial. So let me save that, refresh over here, and I can see now it's in Arial versus Times New Roman. All right, so that's the basics of a font family. But something we're going to have to keep in mind is not every font family is going to be defaulted on every OS. So certain fonts are really common between both OSs, such as Arial. It's in like 99% of Macs and 99% of Windows. But other font families, such as Helvetica, is really only existent on Macs, and maybe like less than 10% of Windows computers have that font. And we'll be discussing some websites that can help you choose fonts that will be available on both OSs, and later on we'll show you how to just download your own font so you can provide the font file yourself. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about font family. So as I mentioned, there are those basically default styles. So if I want something like monospace, I can do that as well for that paragraph. So let me refresh this here. And now I can see this is all done in monospace. Let's say I want to change the actual font size. Well, I can change the font size for everything in the body. And the way I do that is just say font-size. And here I can pass in pixels. So for instance, I can say I want it to be 10 pixels in size. Refresh over here, and I can see now it's in 10 pixels in size, 100 pixels in size, make it much larger. Now it's humongous. Okay, let's change it back to 10 pixels. Actually, let's do 20 pixels. And something to remember is I'm zoomed in here in my browser, so it may not look as large to you, so keep that in mind. Now, something you're probably wondering at this point in time is, well, what if I don't know the pixels I want for the font size? What if I actually want stuff to have a relationship between each other? So maybe I want the second paragraph to be twice as large as the basic font size on the page. How do we actually define that? And using pixels, as I've shown here, is actually not very common. What's more common is to use what are known as EM values. And EM values is a dynamic way of sizing things. So when you define the font size property, an EM is equal to the size of the font that applies to the parent of the element in question. And that basically means that if you haven't set the font size anywhere on the page, so let's say I delete this, and I haven't set the font size anywhere, so we can refresh here, that's the basic font size, then the browser default is often 16 pixels. So by default then, 1 EM, which would look like this, 1 EM, would be equal to 16 pixels. This is the default right here. Which means if I tell another tag to be 2EM, then it will be equal to 32 pixels, double that. And then you can get a relationship or a ratio for various tags in your HTML. What you'll usually do, however, is set a font size in the body element. So if we go back here, let's comment these out. Usually what you will end up doing is, for the body element, you will select a font size. And you will have it be some sort of default font size that you choose. You can do the 16 pixels, which is the same as the browser default where nothing's defined. But let's say font size is 20 pixels. And then from there on, for the other elements that you want to assign, you'll use EM, which is going to allow you to do a ratio of this, which is basically a ratio of the desired element pixel value divided by that parent element, which in this case is the body. So let's see just a quick example of this. I'm going to grab the number 2, remember that was the second paragraph, that's the ID, and state its font size is equal to 2.0 EM. Let's save that. We'll refresh over here, and now I can see that we have heading 1, the first paragraph, and now the second paragraph is twice as large in font size as the first one. So what you're doing here is you're stating some default body font size, and then from there, you can actually call the ID font size as a ratio of it. What you should avoid doing is trying to actually call something like H1 and make it mimic the font size of a paragraph, or vice versa. Try to make a paragraph as large and as bold enough so that it looks like an H1, a heading 1. That's really not the point of this. The point of this is that on your page, if you have two elements of the same type, but you want one to be a little larger, a little smaller than the other one, then you start calling EM. What you don't want to do is call EM to the point where you should have just called heading 1 or heading 2 since the very beginning. So keep that in mind. And then what I want to show you now is font styles and font weights, as well as text alignment. So if I call a paragraph here, and say font style of paragraph, and let me change this font size again to 1.0, that way everything's the same. Okay, looks good. I'll say font style here is italic. So I can save this, and now when I refresh my page, I can see that everything is italicized. So you can call font styles for basic things in that manner. And you can also call things such as font weight, and that can be things such as bold, lighter, normal, 100, 200, etc. Not every font is going to have every possible font weight. It really depends on what font you download and what font you use, and we'll be talking about that in a future lecture. But we have font weight is bold, so let's save that and make this both italic and bold. And here I can see when I refresh, now they're in bold. Great. And finally, I want to talk about text properties. So if we see H1, one of the properties you're going to be using all the time is the text alignment property. And you can begin to write text dash, and you'll see Adam trying to help you out with various text properties. We've already actually seen text decoration. Remember, that was stuff like underline, overline, line through. What we want to do is talk about text align. And text align basically allows you to center something, justify it to the left, to the right, etc. So if I want to center heading 1, I just say text align center on that element. So I will save that, refresh my page over here, and I can see now heading 1 is aligned to be center. Great. Okay, we're going to be talking a lot more about alignments and how alignments work with mobile devices when we talk about Bootstrap. But for right now, what I want you to get out of this lecture is the following: that you can call font families, have some awareness of that some fonts don't work on every OS, and we'll be talking about that in the very next lecture as a continuation of this series. Then you can call font families for very basic things such as monospace, or some of the other options if we take a look, or things such as cursive or serif or sans serif. We can save that as well. Then for font size, what I want you to make sure you get out of this lecture is that you can call a pixel, but what you should probably do is call an EM based off the default for the body. Then you can call font styles and font weights, as well as do text alignment. All right, thanks everyone. And in the next lecture, we're going to be continuing this part 1 discussion of fonts and talking about what fonts work with which OS, how you can figure that out, and how you can download your own font from the internet to use it for your website. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back, where we're going to continue our discussion from last time of part 1 talking about fonts. In the last lecture, we showed some basic CSS properties for fonts. Now we're going to explore how to understand OS choice and font relationship. We will also show how to use custom web fonts. Let's get started by jumping to our browser and checking out a few links. All of these links are provided as comments in the Part 1 fonts HTML and CSS files that come with the download for this course. I'm going to hop to the browser now. Okay, so the first 2 links I want you to check out are the official Wikipedia links for the list of typefaces included with Microsoft Windows, and on the second link here with Mac OS. And here you can just scroll down and see the latest fonts added for Mac OS, and if you scroll further down, you can see the family names, subtype, faces available. So as I mentioned in the previous lecture, not every font is going to have every face or style available. Not every font can be shown as italic or bold. And here you can check out the Wikipedia links for more information on the faces available, that's that bold versus italic, etc., and the typefaces available. Now, if you're choosing a font and you want to know its availability on both platforms, you can check out this website called cssfontstack.com, and it has a really nice display of a font and then the percent of availability on Windows computers and Mac computers. So if we zoom in here for a second, we can see something like Arial is a font that is available on 99% of Windows and 98% of Mac computers. So it's a pretty safe choice for pretty much most operating systems that are using Windows or Mac. And that goes for Ubuntu as well. So there are other choices that may not be as safe. For instance, something like Optima is really only available on Mac computers at 94% and available only about 3% of Windows computers. So if you're trying to choose a default font, try to choose something that has high availability on both Mac and Windows. But let's say you're wanting to choose your own font. Well, you can actually download fonts from the internet, and you can either download the font file itself and link it to your project locally, which is what you'll do when you host everything, but you can also just link to an actual CDN or a link itself. So let me go ahead and explore how we can do that. There's 2 websites we're going to be exploring. One is fonts.google.com, which is a really great website to download fonts from. And the other one is fontlibrary.org, which kind of has a little bit of a goofier fonts, but it does have some pretty nice fonts as well. let's explore how we can actually grab one of these fonts and put it into our website. So if you come to fonts.google.com, you're basically looking at a directory of a lot of font families. And you can clarify what kind of fonts you're looking for, maybe something like handwriting, monospace, trending, and maybe you're looking for a specific language, etc., number of styles, thickness. So let's look at one that's really obviously not a font that comes on your computer. So this one right here, Barrio, let's click on that. I'll click on the plus sign to add it. And here we see the family selected. So now if I click on that, I see this right here. And you'll notice that it says embed fonts. So to embed your selected fonts on a web page, copy this code into the head of your HTML document. And then it tells you what to specify in CSS. So you use the following CSS rules to specify these families, Barrio, and then you can also say cursive. So let me show you how we can do that. And you'll also notice that it has a load time of fast. So loading this using these links is going to take a little bit of time because your website's going to have to connect to Google. But you can also download the font itself, but let's try just with the embedding. So I will copy this link and jump to my text editor. And here I have the text editor open, and in the head of the HTML file, this is part 1 of fonts from last time. I'm going to save this right here, and it's just a reference to, if I zoom out a little bit, to the actual link to fonts.google APIs. So right here, I've added a link, and now I can come over here, and let's say we want the paragraphs to actually have the font that we just downloaded. So let me delete some of the stuff from last time. In fact, we'll delete most of it, except for the paragraph, and we'll take care of font family. And we're going to copy and paste what is here, this font family line. So I will copy that and then come back to the Atom text editor and paste that right there. So let me save that. Here I have part 1 fonts. We can copy that full path by just coming here to the directory, copy full path, and now let's paste it into our browser. And here we can see that I have this sort of funky font from that Google API. So it's really easy to add in new fonts using googlefonts.api. And if you wanted to, you could also download the font and link to the file locally. And we'll be talking a lot more about linking stuff locally versus linking stuff online when we talk about Bootstrap. But the main idea I want you to get out of this lecture is that you can come to Google Fonts, pick any font that looks good to you, add it to what is essentially almost like a shopping cart, and then check this out, and it will actually begin to add. So here, if I wanted to use 2 different types of families of fonts, you can see here that Google has automatically already added them to the link. So then I can get rid of Barrio, the first one, and then only have this Playfair display font. And it tells you what to specify in the CSS to actually specify those families. The other website I wanted to show you about fonts is not Google Fonts, but this fontlibrary.org, which is also another website that hosts open source fonts. And a key thing to remember is that some fonts can actually be really expensive and are not free. So not all fonts are free. You're going to have to make sure that you check the copyright and whether or not you have permission to use a font. On Google Fonts, all of these fonts are free and open source, so you can check them out. Same with fontlibrary.org, but on other websites, sometimes you have to pay to get access to a font. So make sure you keep that in mind. But let's just show you how to grab something from fontlibrary.org. I'm going to go check out a handwriting font, click on it over here. Let's choose this one that says Alex Brush, so I click on that one. Here I see the font, what it looks like, great. And then it says to use this font, it's very much the same thing we were doing. So I just copy this link, put it in the head of my HTML file. So let's get rid of the last one, paste that in there, save it, and then over on the CSS, I can see what I have to use. So we'll just copy and paste that, and it's showing right now for an example paragraph. So we'll come back up here and paste that whole thing in there. So now I'm just calling Alex Brush regular, save that, and let's come back up here and refresh this page. And we can see now I'm using that Alex Brush font. All right, hopefully you realize this is actually a pretty simple process, just linking to the head of your HTML document and then using the information in your CSS to basically use now any font you want. It doesn't have to actually be included on Windows or Macs, you'll be loading it directly from this website, Google Font or fontlibrary.org. All right, that's all I wanted to talk about for this lecture. If you have any questions, feel free to post them to the Q&A forums. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 2 of CSS Level 2. In this lecture, we're going to be discussing and learning about the CSS box model. The box model allows us to precisely dictate how we want HTML elements to look on a page. So the basic box model looks something like this. You have your HTML content. That may be something like a paragraph of text within your HTML. Then, in between the paragraph or whatever HTML content you have and the border, you have padding. And remember, the border is something we've actually played with before in CSS. That was things like a 2-pixel dotted orange border around your content. So if you want more space between your actual content and the border, you have padding there. And then if you want some space between your border and other HTML contents within their own box model, there's a margin you can specify beyond that border. So each of these padding, border, and margin elements have a space that you can define. That way, you can space out your elements exactly how you want them to look. And you can also specify each side. So just beyond padding, border, and margin, you can actually specify left, right, bottom, etc. to have even more flexibility and control over the box model and your HTML elements. Let's explore some examples of this by jumping to our editor in our browser. Okay, so here in my editor, I have an HTML file open called Part 2 Box Models. It's linked here in my browser. And then I also have it linked to a style sheet here that's blank right now. Let's add a little bit of content to this HTML file to get started. I'll add a heading 1 element, and it will just be saying something like top. And we'll give it the ID top. And then we'll add another heading 1, and we'll call it bottom with the same ID bottom. So let's refresh this and see we have top and bottom. And now let's explore what happens when we adjust the box model around these. So remember, the box model consists of the margin, the border, the padding, and then the actual content. So to make it clear what's actually going on, let's come back to the CSS and then create a CSS call for each of them, for each of their IDs. So that's top and bottom. And we'll give each of them a border. So the border for the first one, let's have it be a 4-pixel solid blue border. And for the bottom one, we'll give it a border of 4-pixel solid red. So let's save that, refresh over here, and we can see now we have the actual borders around them. So something that we can actually specify is the width of the border itself, which we've experimented a little bit by actually calling in pixels. What we can do is define width as a percentage. So we can see right now that this blue border here goes from essentially one end of the browser to the other. And if I stretch this browser out as well, you'll see that the border continues to stretch along with me stretching the browser, which is good, but sometimes you don't want it to go from end to end. You actually want to define it based on some sort of percentage, and you can do just that. So if I want to define the width based off some percentage, I can say 25%. And now if I refresh this, I can see we're going to take up 25% of the width of the browser. So as I expand this, we can see we're expanding the blue browser as long as it takes up 25% of the width of the actual page itself. Now, let's show you another thing we can do. We've already seen text align, but let's go ahead and show that. If I say text align center and refresh this page, I can see now my text is aligned to the center relative to the actual border. Now let's imagine that I actually want to move this entire blue block around. Well, what do I have to change then? If we go back to our box model image, which I've opened up here in a new tab, we see that it's really the margin that's going to define the space between the border and everything else. So right now, if we come back here, I have the content, some border, and then the margin. And in between the content and the border is padding. But what we really want to change here is this margin right here. If I want to center this entire blue border. And one thing we can do is actually specify specifically margin, and then what I can say is the top, right, bottom, and left pixels. So we'll start off by showing you the pixels. What happens if we say something like this? 10 pixels on the top, and let me actually put this as a comment so you can remember the order. It goes top, right, bottom, left. The other way you could do this is by actually specifying something like margin dash left. So we saw earlier in an image that I can specifically specify left, right, top, bottom, but you can just do it all in one single margin call just by the spacing. And there's actually no comma that goes in between these, so we'll have the top be 10 pixels margin, right be 20 pixels, and let's say bottom is a lot. Let's make it 100 pixels, and left we'll make it 400 pixels or something, just so we can get an idea of the differences here. And if I refresh this, we can see here, now we're actually defining the margin based off of pixels, where the width is still defined to be 25% of the actual width of the page. Now if I call auto here to the margin, save this, and refresh, notice that it will be auto-centered. So if you want something to be centered, not just the text, but the actual block itself, that box model, we can see that we can call auto here. And right now I'm calling a width of 25% of the browser page, and the margin is auto, so that it's even on both sides. Great. Now let's mess around a little bit with this bottom call. Let's specify that width to be 50% of the page. And let's give it some padding. And remember, padding is going to make space between the actual content and the border itself. So keep in mind what you think is going to happen if I say something like padding 200 pixels here. What do you expect this shape to look like as far as the relationship between bottom and this red border? Well, let's find out. I'm going to refresh. And this is basically exactly what we hopefully expected. Remember, padding is the difference between the content itself and the border. So if we come back here, we see that we have the content, the padding, and then the border. So what do I do if I want to maybe align this to the center? Well, I just come back here and call text align center. Refresh, and I can see now my text alignment has been centered. Okay, so that is the basics of learning the box model for CSS. Really, we just want to focus on those four things: the actual content itself, the padding, the border, and then the margin. And remember the spacing that happens between all of them, and the fact that you can call top, left, right, or bottom for each of those things. Okay, coming up next is going to be an explanation of a project that will really help hone in on these ideas. I know we just really briefly covered it in this lecture, but the next project is really designed for you to kind of discover these things on your own. And then the next section we'll be discussing Bootstrap, which is going to help automate a lot of these things so you don't have to worry every time about adding a new element, what the border is, what the width is, what the margin is, etc. A lot of that stuff is going to be taken care of when we begin to use Bootstrap. But for now, we want to make sure that you understand, if you had to go in and manually edit the CSS, that you're able to do that with the box model. So again, box model, main thing to get out is that if you need to adjust your content, you have the padding, border, and margin all to play around with to get stuff to look exactly like you want it to. And you can define things in percent or in pixel, and then you can align things to be auto as well. All right, thanks everyone. I'll see you at the next lecture where we're going to explain that project to you and how it's really going to help you understand the box model. And there's also a font aspect to it as well. Thanks, I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Spectrum project, which is your final project for the CSS sections of the course. So for this project, you're going to be digitally recreating your own version of the art piece known as Spectrum 5 by an artist known as Ellsworth Kelly. And it's currently located at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, known as the Met. Let's take a look at what that art piece actually looks like. So it looks something like this, and what we're going to have you do is create your own little web page that has a very similar look to this. Basically, you'll be creating a set of table cells that have a color, and you're going to mess around with the border, the margins, and the padding, which we learned about the box model CSS, to space those table cells correctly so that it has some sort of appearance similar to this piece of art. So you're going to be creating, again, your own smaller version for the web page using what you've learned about the box model. And you're also going to learn how to pick a color palette to use based off a few websites that I'm going to show you now. Let's take a look at an example of what this project may look like and how to choose a color palette. I'm going to jump to my browser now. Alright, so here I am at my browser, and I have a representation of what your final project may look like. It's going to be some sort of variation on this. And what we have here are essentially table cells. So here, each of these little blocks is a TD object inside of a table. And you'll notice that we were able to use the box model to add a little bit of spacing in between them, which is what you're going to do. And then you also notice that we have kind of a funky font here. So your project is going to be the following. You're going to choose a color palette. In a second, I'll show you the website for choosing a color palette. Then you're going to assign that color palette to some table cells on your web page. And then you're also going to choose a font. Either use fontlibrary.org or Google Fonts. You're going to connect this heading, it can say whatever you want, to your new font, and you're going to connect the color palette you choose to these table cells and use the box model to kind of shape and stretch these so they look similar to the Spectrum 5 art piece. So as far as choosing your color palette, you can choose color palettes at this website, coolors.co, or coolers.co, or colors.co, depending how you want to pronounce it. Basically, it's colors with an extra o.co. And basically, this is just a color scheme generator. If you scroll down here, you'll notice that there's already tons of pre-made color schemes. So you can click on View All Palettes, and it will show you various palettes. So choose any palette here that you like. This is just on Explore, but you can click here on Best, wait for it to refresh, and it will show you the most popular color palettes that are chosen here. So for instance, this My New Palette is the one I chose for this Spectrum 5 piece. So you just come here, click on the palette, so click on View, and it will generate the palette for you. You don't need to watch the tutorial, just hit exit here, and here we can see the hex codes for each of these colors. And those are the hex codes you're going to be using for your CSS file. So again, you just, in your HTML file, create the table cells needed to create something that looks like this. Again, this is just a table with one row and 5 table cells in it. And you'll also choose a font if Google Fonts, using the knowledge we learned about in CSS Level 2. So connect a font of your choice, then create the table and connect it to some sort of palette by inserting these hex codes into your CSS. Alright, so that's basically it. If you have any questions, feel free to post them to the Q&A forum. Again, you don't need to choose the exact same color palette or the exact same font, and your spacing and padding doesn't have to be exactly the same as mine here. Just get a general idea of how to incorporate color palettes from that online resource, fonts from Google Fonts, and the box model for spacing of these table cells. Those are the 3 main things I want you to get out of this project. Choosing a font of your choice, incorporating it into your website, choosing a color palette, being able to grab those hex codes and incorporate it into your coloring of your site, and using the box model to shape out these table cells. Okay, thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture where we're going to code through an example solution. Again, not every solution to this is going to look the same, but just get the general idea. I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be going over an example solution to the Spectrum project. Remember, your solution may not look exactly like mine as far as sizing and color choice, but the overall idea is hopefully similar enough that you can follow along with these solutions and reflect back on your own work. Let's jump to our editor and browser to get started. Okay, so here I am with my editor open. I have 2 files, project.css and project.html. They're empty right now. Here is what we're trying to recreate, something that looks similar to this with our own color palette choice and our own custom font choice. And right now I have this project.html. I just refreshed it so that it's clean and there's nothing there. Let's get started by working on the HTML. The first thing I'm going to do is just type HTML, and we'll call the title of this project. And we also want to make sure that it's linked to our actual style sheet. In our case, that's just called project.css. And that's all we have to pass since it's in the same directory. And then for the body itself, I'm going to give a heading 1, and we'll call it my Spectrum project. And then let's make a table. So we'll make a table. It's going to have one table row. And if we look back at what the solutions look like, remember we have one table row with essentially 5 cells. So I'm going to call TD, and I will copy and paste that 4 more times so that my total is 5. And if I want to actually reference stuff here, it might be useful to give the table a class that I can reference later. So let's give it the class something like art. And for the table cells, let's give them each an individual ID. That way I can assign them each an individual color. And we may not use that class, but it's just there in case we need it later. The IDs we will definitely use though. So we'll give each of these their own ID. And we'll label this 5. So let's save that. Come back to project.html, refresh, and I see my Spectrum project, but the thing is, all my table cells are empty. So let's come to CSS and assign them overall something to make sure that stuff is working. So let's give them all a background color of black. And if I refresh this, I won't see much. I see essentially 5 little tiny cells there. You may not even see them on your screen. So what I have to do is expand the size of these. So let's continue doing that with something like giving these table cells a height. Now let's give them a height of 200 pixels. Whoops, that should be a colon. Save that, refresh, and now I can see they're a good height. All right, the next thing I want to do is actually give these table cells a width as well. So let's do that. Let's give it something like 100 pixels. That should be fine. And then refresh over here. And now I can see my Spectrum project is starting to look similar to what I have here. And we can mess around with the size of the height and the width if we want to make it larger. So if we want to just expand this a little bit so it's a little nicer, there we go. And what I want to do also is start to grab that heading 1 and text align it to be center. Let's refresh this. And now we're getting to really think of something that looks like closer to the Spectrum project. Something else we notice here is that the table itself isn't centered. So let's try to use the margin on auto to do that. So I can use that class I used earlier, or I could also just call it table itself since it happens to be the only table there. And we'll just call auto, save that. And now I have a centered margin here. And remember, the margin is the outside, the very outside of the box model. So let's review what we've done. We've been able to create our table cells. We have the art class here, which allows us to just grab, if we go back to the HTML, that entire table. So I could have also just called table, but I want it to be a little more specific in case we have multiple tables here, and use margin auto to center it. And I've also text align center that heading 1. So everything looks good here. Now what I'm going to do is come to this coolers.co and actually grab some of these hex codes. I went ahead and just grabbed basically a random color palette, and I'm going to copy and paste these text codes. So let's copy each of these. So there's my first one, there's my second one, third, fourth, and let's grab the fifth one. And we have to make sure each of these starts with that hashtag. There we go. So those are my hex colors. And the way I can assign these is by calling the IDs. Remember, we gave each individual table cell an ID, and eventually we'll be able to get rid of this background color black. So let's do that. Let's go hashtag 1, and we'll call the background color for it to be this very first. Let's refresh this, and we can see we're beginning to override some of these TD colors, because if we remember about CSS specificity, the ID is going to be in the hierarchy or above the hierarchy of just a normal element call. So let's call background color again, and let's keep doing this for the rest of them. And if you want, you can basically fast forward through this because I'm just repeating myself here. So let's exit that, or copy that, excuse me. Semicolon, and we're going to do that 2 more times. For the for class, give it a background color. And let's do that again for 5 class. Or 5 ID, excuse me, I should have been saying ID, not class. And then let's paste in these colors here. Copy and paste that color there. Alright, so let me save that, refresh this, and now I can see my Spectrum project is looking pretty good. I have the colors lined up, and they're overriding this TD call. In fact, I can just delete that, save this, and it'll still look the same. Now I want to affect the spacing in between these. If we look at Spectrum 5, there's a little more spacing here in between these actual table cells. So to do that, what I can do is mess around with the box model. And remember, an important part of that box model is the actual border. So a quick way to do this would just be to give each table cell a white border. So I'll say something like border, and give them each, let's say, 6-pixel solid white border. Save that and refresh. And here we get the nice spacing out that I was looking for. And finally, I want to add my own custom font to the heading 1. So I already have Google Fonts opened here. I'm going to just scroll down to a random one. Let's say something this one looks nice, is Anton. So we'll add that. The family selected, we'll open it up here. I will copy this, put it as a link in my HTML file, save it, come to Project CSS and copy the font family call and put it under H1. So now when I refresh project, I can see my Spectrum project now has that new font. And that's really all you had to do for this project. Again, hopefully you had enough practice with the box model so you can play around with this. You didn't have to do it with the border. You could have messed around with the margin and padding as well, but it's really up to you. There were multiple solutions to getting something to look like this. So do not worry if your solution did not follow mine exactly. There are multiple ways to get something that looks like this. If you have any questions, feel free to post them to the Q&A forums, but hopefully you had a fun time recreating something that you just saw the front end and you could recreate it using HTML and CSS on the back end. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Capstone Project 1 section of the course. We've learned a lot about HTML and CSS, two major components of any website, and I want to congratulate you for making it this far into the course. Before we move on to Bootstrap, which is actually going to simplify a lot of our work with CSS, let's take a moment to practice everything we've learned so far with a quick capstone project. You're going to be creating a mock landing page for a startup, and the landing page will have a form and lead to a thank you page. It's a pretty simple page, but it will help you practice what we learned about HTML and CSS so far. However, I want you to note that this capstone project is optional, and there are really 3 ways you can approach it. The first way is if you already feel confident in HTML and CSS, maybe you've already studied them, or you just wanted a quick refresher, so you saw a few lectures in the last few sections, or maybe you already knew them completely. You can feel free to just skip this project and move on straight to Bootstrap or whatever sections you want to continue to. Or, as a second option, you can just follow along with the solution videos instead of trying the project on your own first. And then the third way to go about this capstone project is to try to recreate the landing page before watching any of the walkthrough solution videos. So again, feel free to skip it, just follow along with the solution videos, or recreate it and then watch the solution videos. It's totally up to you. Okay, let's take a quick look at the landing page, see the requirements, and then you can get started and decide what you want to do. Alright, so here I am at the landing page. This is the welcome to the landing page. We're a startup that does something. We have 2 paragraphs of lorem ipsum, and then it says sign up for our upcoming launch, and at the bottom we see a form that asks for your first name, your last name, and email, and then it has a sign me up button. So what I want you to do is to recreate this landing page. It has a heading 1, a heading 2, 2 paragraphs, and then at the bottom we have this form that asks for your first name, last name, email, so make sure you use the proper form tags if you're going to be building this. And we have a kind of a giant submit button that says sign me up, and note that it also has rounded corners, so see if you can figure out how to do that, and also note that it's colored. The last thing I want to point out is using some CSS, we've been able to add a bit of a border to this on the left right hand side of the text content, and also on the bottom but not at the top. So see if you can figure out how to do that as well. And then lastly, if you actually fill out the information, and then we'll just put some random email address there. Upon hitting sign me up, it should take you to some sort of thank you page. So thanks for signing up, we'll reach out to you soon, and we see that kind of border around the text. All right, see if you can recreate this really simple landing page. So again, it's just this landing page, and then upon clicking the sign up button, it should take you to some sort of thank you.html file that you have separately there. If you have any questions, feel free to post them to the Q&A forums. But again, feel free to either skip this, follow along with just the solution videos, or try it out on your own first and then watch the solutions video. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Capstone Project 1 Solutions lecture. In this lecture, we'll just begin coding out an example solution for the Capstone project. Let's hop to our editor and get started. Okay, so here I have the text editor open, as well as the example of what we eventually want the landing page to look like. Say welcome to the landing page, scroll down. When we hit sign me up, it takes us to a thank you page. So let's focus on that right now. And I'm going to need basically 3 files. One HTML file for this main page, one HTML file for the thank you page, and then a CSS file for the CSS of the project. Let's start out by creating the HTML for the main project page, this landing page. So I have a HTML file called project.html. It's actually currently linked here. So I'm going to refresh. It's cleared now. And we should have a blank slate to begin with. So let's refresh. We'll expand this just a little bit and decrease this browser so it matches up. And let's get started. So what we're going to do first is actually type in HTML and do the autocomplete there. And then let's give this something like project, or you can call it landing page. And then we also want to make sure that this is eventually linked to that project.css file, or whatever you happen to call the CSS file for this project. So there's our style sheet. And then what we want to do is have that heading 1 that says something like, welcome to the landing page. And since we're a startup, we'll have heading 2. We'll say we're a startup that is cool, or it does something. Whatever you want to say is totally fine. And then we want some filler text, so we'll add in a paragraph there with lorem ipsum. We'll put in another paragraph, again with lorem ipsum. And then what we want to do is add in the form. So the form is also going to come here. And what we'll do is say h2, say something like sign up for our launch. Call the form tag. And right now we'll just give it no class. We'll call it the class email form in case we want to ever access it. But remember, we want to link to the thank you page and the action call upon hitting that submit. So I want to make sure that my action goes to thankyou.html, and then that means this method needs to be get. And I know we haven't discussed really post versus get yet. We will in a future lecture, but for right now, you should just know that from our previous discussions in the HTML forms lectures. Okay, so we had 3 inputs we wanted. We had the first name, the last name, and the email. So let's put these in. We want the input. This type is going to be just a text input. And we'll give the name of this to be first, so I can reference it later. We have another input that's also text. We'll give it the name last. We have another input, and that's going to be an email input. And we'll just give it the name email. And it would be also smart to pass in values right now, but we're really not doing anything since this is just a shell landing page. We're not actually accepting these values, so we won't put anything for input right now. What we do want to do is add in some labels. So we'll say this label is for first so that it matches the name. And then let's say first name for this label. The second input should also have a label. That's going to belong to last. And we'll call it last name. And then finally, we want a label here. And this is going to be the label for email. Remember, it's just matching the name here. And then we'll say email. So let's save this, refresh, and see what we have so far. It's looking pretty good. I'm zoomed in, so the font's a little weird. But we can see here that I have welcome to the landing page. We're a startup. That's cool. Let's change that. Save it and refresh. We're a startup that is cool. We have 2 paragraphs of lorem ipsum, sign up for launch, first name, last name, and email. Something that you may notice, however, is that the first name, last name, and email inputs are all on the same line. There's a couple ways we can take care of that. One way we showed earlier was to put in a blank paragraph in between these to try to get those line breaks. So if I click save here, I can see that inputting that fake paragraph or empty paragraph gets me what I was looking for. The other way to do this, which is a little better, is by using a break tag. And a break tag basically just says, hey, break to a new block. And that can be used with this command. You just put an open symbol, BR, and that's your break tag. And you can actually just type in BR and it will automatically fill that in for you. And then we can put in one more BR here. So we can save that, refresh, and we can see we have that line break. But then the issue with this break is that they are very close together. So what we end up having to do is add in a break to the labels as well. So we can add in those breaks. So it might have been a little easier just to do those 2 paragraph calls, but it looks a little more professional and nicer to use the actual breaks. Since the paragraphs aren't being used, you should probably use breaks, even though there are more of them. It looks a little more professional and nicer because the actual use case of the break is being used here versus the paragraphs themselves. All right, so looks like everything's done for the HTML on the project page. Let's open up the thank you. Actually, we still need to do the submit button. So let's type that in real quick. We'll say input submit, and the value for this guy is going to be sign me up. And let's give it an ID so we can edit it later. Because remember, we're going to try to make these corners rounded on this. So we'll give it the ID sub. Refresh, and we see sign me up. Great. So let's continue. We're going to open up the thank you HTML. Here it is blank right now. Let's start by just typing in HTML, saving this. We want to make sure that we are linking to the eventual CSS file, which is going to be project.css, or whatever you happen to have called it. Save that. Then I'm going to add in heading 1, say something like thank you for signing up, and then we'll also add in a heading 2 that says something like we'll reach out to you soon, exclamation point. Okay, so far what we've done is we said we have our thank you HTML set up, our project HTML set up. So if those both saved, if I refresh this and add in some context to these guys, so at gmail.com and click sign me up, boom, now I get the thank you for signing up. The last thing I want to do is change the font right now. We're still on the default Times New Roman. Let me just make this a little nicer by choosing a Google font. So I will open up a new tab to fonts.google.com. Roboto is a really nice font that I like a lot, but let's choose something a little more fun. So Sanista, that looks pretty cool. So I'm going to add that. It says one family selected. I'm going to copy and paste this link, and I'm going to make sure that it's in both the thank you and project files. And then I'm going to copy and paste the thing I need to specify for CSS, which means I should open up my CSS file and then put in something like body, and then just copy and paste that font family. So let's save that, save this, save that, and refresh to make sure the font has changed. And there it is. Welcome to the landing page. Everything's looking good here. All right, so next thing we have to do is just edit the CSS to match what we had earlier. We're going to continue editing the CSS in the very next lecture, so you can take some time just to go over everything we did in the HTML. I know we went through it a little bit quickly in this lecture, so feel free to take your time with the actual HTML notes that are available to you under the Capstone Project 1 folder, or just watch this lecture at a slower pace or at a faster pace if I'm still too slow for you. Thanks everyone, and I'll see you at the next lecture where we'll finish off this project by editing the rest of the CSS file. Hello everyone and welcome back to this continued solutions lecture of the Capstone Project 1. We're going to continue right where we left off last time and finish the project by just editing the CSS file to make the styling look the same as to what we wanted the Capstone Project 1 to look like. Let's jump to the editor and browser and get started. Okay, so here I am at my editor. What I'm first going to do is edit the main things in the body that I want to change. We've already taken care of the font family. The next thing I want to do is take care of the background color. So remember, the background color was actually a dark background. So I'll allow you to choose just any color you want that's dark, or any light color. It doesn't really matter. That's not really the point of this exercise. The background color that I ended up choosing was hex code 011627. And because we have a dark background color, it means the actual color of our text, which we can call by just color, needs to be a lighter color, or it can just be white or cream. So I choose hex code FDFFFC : so let's make sure that worked out. We'll refresh this page. Great. So here we can see we're back to the dark blue and now the white text. Next thing I want to do is actually align everything to be centered. So I will say text align center. Refresh, make sure that works. Everything's looking great there. Now let's work with that border. So the border is actually going to be quite thick. The official solutions have it at 60 pixels, but I'm a little zoomed in here. So let's just do something like 40 pixels. And let's make it a solid border. And here we can actually use a hex code again. And the hex code I did was a teal color. So we said 2EC486. Again, don't worry if your colors don't match exactly. You really have all the flexibility you want as far as the colors go. But here we have the border looking good. But remember that we also wanted to get rid of this top border, which means I can just say border top and assign it to be 0 pixels. And that's a very quick way for us to essentially get rid of that top border and leave it to be that background color. And then finally, if I want to make the call even closer, I can call something like margin to be 0 pixels to try to slim down the distance between the border and the actual edge. So again, if I comment that out and refresh this, I can see there's a little bit of gap between the border and the edge of the browser there. If I undo that to give it a 0 pixel margin, then I squeeze all the way to the end. Okay, so now let's take care of some of the individual elements. So the paragraph, we already have that color working correctly because it's in the body. What we might want to do is add a little more padding. So let's just practice doing that. I'm going to say padding on the top is something like 5%. Padding on the left, we can say 20%. And we can say padding on the right is 20%. So we can save that and refresh over here. And now it's been able to kind of elongate the landing page for us. So it looks a little more like the solutions. And then finally, we also want to start editing some of the sizes here. So if you look here on the first name, last name, email, and the form in general, things are looking a little smaller than, or actually the same size as the paragraph, but we want them to be a little larger. So they're looking a little smaller in reference to the solution. So let's expand that. Something I can do is try calling form and say everything in the form tag has a font size and call it with EM. So it's in relationship to everything else, to the body text. So if I refresh this, now we're looking at a much larger font size here. And if I don't like the spacing here, I can also add a margin. So I can say something like margin, or I could even just give it to the bottom and give it a small margin, like something like 10 pixels. And again, this is really up to you. This is just so that border doesn't touch that bottom button. And now let's talk about that bottom button. Remember, we gave that bottom button an ID called sub, so I can say hashtag sub. And let's give it a colored background. So we'll say background color. In the solutions lecture was gold, so that's what we'll just give it. In my case, the hex code I found was FF9F1C. Let's refresh this, make sure it worked. Looks like it's gold now. Now let's make it much larger. So let's add in a height. We'll say about 80 pixels. And we'll also give it a width of, let's make it a little larger, something like 150 pixels. Save this, refresh. Okay, it's looking pretty large now. Let's continue. Let's give it a bit of a margin so it's not directly touching that email. And we'll give it something like a 4 pixel margin there. Looks a little nicer since it's not directly touching. And if we wanted, we can make the top margin a little better. So we'll say something like, 4 pixels. Something like margin top. Let's specifically give that to be, let's say triple that, 10 pixels. So we refresh, and it looks a little nicer in the spacing here. Great. Now, finally, a couple things we wanted to do is the font size is a little small. So I'll call font size again, say 1.5 EM. And I also want to show you the trick for curving the button. So right now, by default, the button is square. If I want to give it some curve, the term for that is border radius. And then we can define a certain amount of pixels that we want the radius border to have, which will basically just round the corner. So if I refresh this, I can see it says sign me. And right now the font is a little too big. So what we can do is actually just call it back to, let's say 1 EM. See if that fixes it. Sign me up. Okay, that's looking good. So our actual font size is okay. And it looks like everything is working. So let's try this now. We'll say hello, first name, fill in the last name, give some email, click on sign me up, and it takes me to thank you for signing up. So we're able to just quickly walk through an example landing page. Obviously it doesn't do much. This was more just for you to practice looking at something and then recreating it. And so far, looks pretty good. Feel free to play around with it a lot more. Feel free to explore the official solutions that I've left for you in the downloaded folder. They're a little different than what we went through here, but basically the same idea. Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to post to the Q&A forums, and I'll be happy to help you out. I'll see you at the next lecture.